present today, that you are mostly welcomed. But why we are all here gathered today? This is the first meeting of the local self-governments, which is bringing us together, the RCC and NALAS, in launching one of, let's say, the nicest initiatives that we have taken with us during the last months. So we are gathered, all of us here today, under, let's say, I would like to say inspiring backdrop for our discussions as we launch this first regional dialogue structure. First, our venue, this one, the pyramid-shaped monument, put up as a museum to celebrate the legacy of the Albanian former dictator. This was designed as a mark of power, force, and wealth. And as our renowned Albanian writer, the famous Ismail Kadare, put it, the pyramid is the domination of the rebel, the narrowing of its mind, the weakening of its will, monotony and waste. In stark contrast, innovation breathes life into societies, and that is the catalyst for the economic developments, encourages creativity, nurtures competition and entrepreneurship, like this new Tumos Center, the new hub of innovation, a symbolic beacon of the Albanian transformation over the years. Second, our composition and setup. We are honored to be co-organizing this event, as I said, with NALAS and the municipality of Tirana. The forum, along with the voice of the civil society within the NGO forum, can be like those important levers for translating the global and regional strategies into the local ones, into the grounded and tangible actions. And thirdly, the context. Exchanging among each others today, just at the eve of the Berlin Process Summit, amidst the reinvigorated discussions on the accelerated EU integration and the bolder growth plan, but also after a prolonged energy crisis, is a timely opportunity to pave the way of localization and decentralization of the implementation of the green agenda that we coordinate at RCC. As we speak in Brussels today, the European Week of Regions and Cities is concluding, channeling again the challenges that local and the regional authorities face while implementing the Green Deal. Same as we will be doing today, discussing with the representatives from the region at the institutional, national, and the regional, plus the local level. Series of challenges related to the governance and capacities, limited fiscal decentralization, as well as financial constraints from the main budget, but also developments and growth opportunities that lie on this path. And those will be the main topics of today's high-level discussions. We hope we can shed some light on the most crucial ones. What is imperative, though, is that our solutions are part of the EU-wide solutions on green and energy transition. That all the solutions that will be present in our cities to meet the smart, clean, green, and inclusive criteria. Dear all, though it's evident that the Western Balkans share the same goal of achieving climate neutrality as the EU, regrettably, the starting points are not aligned financially, administratively, and nor when it comes from the infrastructural point of view. Cities are often at the forefront when faced with the pressing environmental issues, from air pollution to waste management. Those are the impacts as well, or the most pronounced one, of the climate change. Tackling them requires substantial changes in our urban infrastructure, transportation systems, and energy sources, which can be complex and costly for all of us. As climate mitigation heavily relies on the urban initiatives, it is imperative that cities and the regions are supported in accelerating their transitions towards environmentally friendly and definitely digitally advanced urban solutions. Digital technologies remain essential, as with the growing environmental challenges, so grows the need for smart and for creative solutions. This is particularly relevant when it comes to the cities that consume more than 65% of the world's energy and are responsible for over 70% of the global carbon emissions. We see the capitals of the region to be active in launching some urban green initiatives, such as Tirana with the Orbital Forest project, planting like 2 million trees to increase urban greenery and create a natural boundary to combat the urban sprawl. Or like in Sarajevo with the energy sufficient solutions and upgrading lighting to reduce the emissions. This is equivalent to removing 1,000 cars from the streets. Pristina with the energy efficient upgrade of buildings resulting in the energy savings as well, reducing the carbon emissions. Or Podgorica on 2 wheels promoting environmental friendly and alternative transportation. We have Skopje as well, one of the capitals of the region, the bus rapid transit project aiming to cut the carbon emissions up to 42% with compressed natural gas buses. Belgrade, 103 megawatt waste energy facility contributing to reducing, again, the carbon emissions and the city dependency on the fossil fuels. It is quite important, and you know it better than I do, that cities nurture and fully tap into the potentials of the eco-friendly entrepreneurial ecosystems we all have present and we are developing even more in the region. To walk the talk today, we in the RCC, and Blendy mentioned it, are proud to just showcase some of those innovations that are part of our Balkathon winners during the years. You know, Balkathon is a competition that was born in the region like out of necessity to adjust during COVID and has already produced more than 21 initiatives, digital solutions in an effort to make, among others, concrete impact towards cleaner and smarter urban environments. Those digital solutions that you will be just having that showcase and just going further on discussing today, we hope are going to bring a real difference, providing, among others, eco-friendly packaging or solutions in incentivizing people to adopt eco-friendly habits through the reward point system, to the innovative methods of automatic control of motorized traffic using intelligent monitoring devices, organic fertilizers, pet recycling machines contributing to cleaner urban environments. So not to be that long, dear friends and colleagues, today's event and dialogue is also about the sum being bigger than its parts. It's about ramping up the collective efforts to innovate, ecovate, and elevate. And the collaboration between local and central governments, engagement as well with the civil society, plus the private sector. Our talented entrepreneurial youth can bring some diverse expertise and resources to the table and help our region transition to greener and more digital future. This transition towards the green agenda in the Western Balkans is definitely challenging. It implies a lot of encouraging sustainable practices. It will require for a lot of funds, and usually we know that in the region funds are never enough when it goes, and when we don't prioritize more than the short-term priorities. So it's gonna be a hell of job and challenges ahead of us. But I am confident that there is no other way around. If we would really like to consider our homes, our cities, like the safest place, we need as well to think about against the pollution. We need to think on how to give or make our cities more green, and we definitely need to bring some improvements in the daily life of every citizen. So with all of that, I will stop here. And I think Blendy again will come back on stage to announce the next speaker, and looking forward to the discussions that we are going to have here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary General of the RCC. As we put the stage and prepare it for the next speaker, I'd like to say a few words that these kind of forums are crucial to the implementation of the Western Balkan Green Agenda approved in Sofia. So it's also a chance to get these ideas around. Something that works in Tirana might as well work just as well in Pristina or somewhere else. So it's a place of exchange of good practices. And some of the things that we're going to see at the Balkathon presentation later, I hope will make you excited. Some of these things are really smart and they promise to change the way our cities are livable. Now, our next speaker is one of the newest members of the Albanian government, of the Council of Ministers. He has an experience in local government as he served as deputy mayor of the city for many years before taking this new job. And his new job, I think it's new. It's a new government, the new ministry, whose role is to coordinate between the local government and the central government. So right between, and how to make things work better and more efficiently. So he'll speak to that and to the context of our forum today. Welcome to the stage, Arbian Mazniku, Minister for Local Government of Albania.
Distinguished guests, first of all, I think both in my former job and my current job, let me welcome you to Tirana, to our beautiful city, and especially also to the pyramid, to this new building, which we have redesigned and given it a new purpose to what I think is the most fitting concept of what we want the future to be. This building is now aimed at children between 12 and 18, which will be here in huge numbers, literally 5,000 of them a month, to be trained on digital skills. And in a combination of IT, technology, robotics, AI, 3D printing, and an amazing set of skills, which also encapsulates, I think, in the best possible way, our vision for the future of Tirana, for the future of Albania, and also for the future of the region, the way we want to look forward. And I think one of the most interesting things about the building is that it's also a very strong metaphor of how we can use elements of the past and turn them upside down into exactly concept of the future and what we want to achieve. So I think it's a strong testament of that. I've been very inspired recently from a very interesting expression which is attributed to Mayor of Denver, Wellington Webb, which at one of his speeches he says, the 19th century was a century dominated from empires. We heard about empires rising and falling, and empires were a big thing in the 19th century. The 20th century was the century of nation states. The nation state became the key element of what moved around in the 20th century. And the 21st century, he says, will be the century of cities. Now, that's an interesting thought. But it's a thought that, on the other hand, goes a little bit against what we discuss quite frequently, EU integration, more international institutions, and coordination, globalization. Can these two things go against one another? So a century of cities where cities get a bigger role in economy, in development, in innovation, in response to some of the major issues that people have in their daily lives, and in the same time have more integration, more international institutions, a stronger European Union, which has some responsibilities. I think cities, and also in my new role, I'm figuring out that this process has a very strong commonality with the European Union. And that commonality is based on the principle of subsidiarity, on the concept that we should figure out ways on how, which is basically a core concept of the European Union, but should be a core concept on city management and local government at the same time. Because it's the same principle which works very well on both these two principles. That principle holds that we should find ways and figure out ways on how we deliver policies and solutions at the lowest possible level, consistent with the problem. And quite often those, in the European Union principle, that concept, it means that those solutions should be given in the level of member states. In the local government concept, we aim to offer and figure out ways on how those services can be delivered in the local level. And figuring out exactly those balances, I think it's part of the challenge we commonly have. And figuring out how we can deliver those solutions using the principles of the European Union, it's, I think, a good guiding principles to move forward. The other thing I found out recently is that 70% of the acquis gets implemented in the local level. That means that huge amount of the very complex body of laws that the EU has actually gets implemented in the local level. One thing that has changed massively in the last year for us, Albania, and I think not just for Albania, but for all the region, for all the Balkans, is that until probably about a year ago, Europe was a dream, was a destination to which we aspired to. Now Europe, it's a tangible objective. We have, it's a little bit like a ship which was on the sea. We knew that we were driving towards a direction, but we didn't see the shore. The shore was somewhere lost in the horizon. We're now in a moment where, at least we hope to believe, that we've seen land. We now see where the shore is and the direction to move forward is. This element connected to our, to this number, 70% of the acquis gets implemented at the local level, cuts the job that we have to do as municipalities, as central government with local governments, not just in Albania, but I think in all of the region. We need to get ready now and start to work now to get our institutions, our structures, our capacities, our people, our procedures ready for the moment when we get to the shore, when we become, and those acquis get implemented in the local level. Anyway, that should be the focus or the guiding principle of our work when it comes to local government work. And I believe that cities have one wonderful capacities that countries don't have. We in the Balkans don't always think the best of our neighbor. But we don't have that same concept for the cities of our neighbors. We think very well of cities of our neighbors, and we create in our mindset a different setting from what we think of the place and what we think of the cities. We have in our culture, and in all of our cultures, we have songs about the cities of our neighbors. We don't have that many songs about the countries of our neighbors, but we have plenty of songs that say nice things about the cities of our neighbors. So I believe that element, even though colloquial, can be a very strong element of cultural bridges. I believe cities have the immense power to become the bridges that create the connections between cultures and people much more strongly than countries can do. So focusing on figuring out ways on how we can work together as cities across borders to figure out common solutions, because I think we can be from different countries, we can be from different nationalities. We struggle the same with water, wastewater, with traffic. That's the same. It doesn't matter where you are. If you figure out a solution for traffic in one place, that's probably a solution that can replicate in other cities, with urban development, with schools. So our problems are very specific, and they cross the nationalities. So I believe that cities have the potential that when it comes to topics like the ones we're talking today, innovation, sustainable cities, are elements that can serve and could serve as the basis for that unity. And I believe that even though this has started, it can be a much more important thing that the European Union should and could have a bigger focus on helping cities serve as a bridge. We're already starting to see some of that in the current documents of the EU, and more focus is on cities, but I think there's a lot more to be done with that, and that's the thought that I want to close this discussion with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Right where you left off, we're going to pick up. So Arbian was talking about the importance of the EU support, which I should say, with the implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans and so many more projects across the region, is strongly felt. Support that comes in the form of finance, in the form of know-how, experience, examples, and all those good things that the EU described as a shore we can now see by the Minister stands for. So it's with great pleasure that I invite the Ambassador of the European Union to Albania, Mr. Luigi Soreka. Welcome.
Jacek is right. You are among the few. Good morning. Good morning to you all. A real pleasure to be back. I was listening to the newly appointed minister, and in this new environment so important in the history of Albania, and I was thinking how much has changed in the last 18 months. Listening to a minister talking so much about the role of the European Union, but the role of the local government in the run-up to the integration is very much welcome. And fortunately or unfortunately, the minister is right. The local government play a crucial role on the road to integration. 70% of all the work that Albania has to do in the days, weeks, and months to come will have to be performed by the local government. And we have seen this coming because we knew about a previous accession, and that's why we have focused so much on the role of cities, on the role of municipalities. And EU for Municipalities is one of the most successful program in this country that I had the honor to launch during my first mandate. And I think I'm very pleased that the new government has appointed a specific political figure to look at the role that the local government will have to play from yesterday on the integration process. I would like to thank, of course, the organizers, starting from the Regional Cooperation Council, NALAS, and the Municipality of Tirana for the organization of this forum, which put the attention on the role of cities and towns, which are strongly affected by the climate emergency and the energy crisis. The negative impact of climate change reflect on local communities the most, and on the people the most. But cities and towns have also an important role to play in pushing forward environmental change. The most difficult chapter of all 35 that Albania is working on is chapter 27, which is on environmental. The amount of laws, bylaws, and regulation that will have to be implemented with the support of the European Union and the member states who are already working with Albania is gigantic. And this justify witness the role that environmental change has in the local government. Cities also generate growth, but they generate pollution. Around the world, cities consume over 65% of the world energy and account for more than 70,000 of global CO2 emission. But cities are also able to generate solution, and they are the clear actor in the EU Green Deal and in the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, that, as you know, has been recalled, has been endorsed by the leaders of Southeast Europe at the Sofia summit in November 2020, and then a specific action plan in October 21. And this translates the Green Deal for the region. And it's a co-owned agenda between the Southeast Europe and the EU. The Green Agenda is also a thread of the economic investment plan for the region, which promised to support the economic and social development of the region with 9 billion in grants and facilitating further investment up to 20 billion via guarantee. And the plan includes flagship project on renewable energy, the renovation wave, energy efficiency, water and wastewater infrastructure, transition from coal. But the idea is also that the Green Agenda is mainstreamed in all priorities of the economic and investment plan, exactly as it happens in the Green Deal for the member states. In the area of transport, private sector developments. The EIP has been and is our key to support the region in this green transition. And I'm very happy to report, but the President von der Leyen will do in a much more important way just in few days in this very place on Monday. The implementation of the EIP is in full swing. Last year, we complemented this with the energy support package to support businesses and vulnerable citizens in the aftermath of energy price hikes in Europe. And once again, city and town were featured among this initiative. For example, investing in water and waste management project in Podgorica, Skopje, Belgrade, and Sarajevo, or supporting the development of Tirana's first electric bus rapid transport system to combat high level of air pollution and traffic congestion, or driving the renovation wave by scaling up comprehensive energy efficiency measures in public, the residential and private building through the so-called REPP, we love acronym, the Regional Energy Efficiency Program. Since its inception, this program has reached more than 1,000 small and medium enterprises, 12,700 households, and 290 public buildings across 700 cities and towns. And we are also supporting cities and towns in energy and climate action in Southeast Europe and Turkey through the Covenant of Mayors for Climate Energy Initiative. There's, as you know, about 140 signatories. The project is supporting a number of towns to develop plans and implement pilot project, is working also very closely with NALAS to grow this initiative. So cities and towns are key to implement our plans for the region, as it was agreed in December 2020. But there are challenges, let's not forget. How are local needs and capacity reflected in national energy and climate plans that are being developed now to implement the energy and climate targets? How do we crowd in financing for a green transition in a time of scarce public funding? We know that there are already some good practice of urban green transition, for example, in Sarajevo, in Elbasan, in Podgorica, that has been selected to be one of the 112 cities that aim to deliver the EU mission on climate neutral and smart cities. But there are many other initiatives of this kind. And I would like to conclude along the line of what the minister said. It's not anymore looking at Europe far away. Southeast Europe has always been Europe. Now it's time to become European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. It's now my great pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Mehmet Ergun Turan. He is the esteemed mayor of the Fatih district of Istanbul. And also, as we heard Nalas here mentioned a few times, as a partner to the RCC, to the European Union, to the municipality of Tirana in this event, He is also the president of the network of the Associations of Local Authorities for Southeast Europe. Mayor Turan, the floor is yours.
Sayın Bayan Bregu, Büyükelçi Soreka, Genel Sekreter Mori, Balkanlardaki belediye başkanları ve Balkanlardaki hükümetlerin temsilcileri, bayanlar, baylar, değerli konuklar, bugün burada Tiran'da önemli bir olaya tanıklık ediyoruz. Çünkü Balkanlardaki ilgili iki bölgesel işbirliği ağı hem merkezi yönetimleri birbirine bağlayan Bölgesel İşbirliği Konseyi hem de yerel yönetimleri belediye birliklerini aracılığıyla birbirine bağlayan NALAS yeşil gündemi tartışmak için bir araya geldi.
Dear Ms. Bregu, Ambassador Soreka, Secretary General Mori, Minister Mazniku, fellow mayors, representatives of governments of the Balkans, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. This is an extraordinary event we witnessed today here in Tirana for the fact that the two most relevant regional cooperation networks in the Balkans, both RCC connecting the central governments and NALAS connecting the local governments through national associations, have come together to discuss the Green Agenda.
Ben İstanbul'un tarihi bir belediyesinin belediye başkanı ve NALAS dönem başkanı olarak iyi fikirlerin, ulusal ve bölgesel stratejilerin yaşam kalitesinin iyileştirmesinin ancak yerel yönetimlerin koordineli eylemleriyle hayata geçebileceğine inanıyorum. Bu eylemlerin bir yandan merkezi yönetim tarafından yeterli kaynak ve politikalarla, diğer yandan da aktif vatandaşların katılımıyla desteklenmesi gerekir.
As a mayor of a historic municipality of Istanbul and president of NALAS, I am convinced that good ideas, national and regional strategies, improved quality of life can come to life and only if local governments take coordinated actions. These actions need to be supported by the central government with adequate resources and policies on the one hand and by active citizen participation on the other hand.
Bu sebeple Berlin süreci ve ötesinde bu çabayı koordine etmek için Bölgesel İşbirliği Konseyi ve NALAS'ı yakınlaşmaya yönelik bu girişimi memnuniyetle karşılıyorum. Bölgesel İşbirliği Konseyi Avrupa Birliği desteğiyle birlikte bu çabaları koordine etmeye konusunda çok güzel bir iş çıkardı. Artık tüm Güneydoğu Avrupa'daki vatandaşlar için refah umudu yaratmak ve kalkınma gündemini hayata geçirmek için NALAS ile güçlerini birleştirmenin zamanı geldi. Batı Balkanlara yönelik yeşil gündemin vaatlerini yerine getirmek için iddialı bir başlangıca ihtiyacımız var.
This is why I am welcoming this initiative to bring RCC and NALAS closer to coordinate this effort with the Berlin process and beyond. RCC has done a great work in coordinating these efforts along with the EU support. Perhaps it's the time now to join forces with NALAS so as to bring to life the development agenda and create the hope of prosperity for the citizens of all over the Southeast Europe. The pleas of the EU Green Agenda for the Western Balkans are an ambitious starting point, still too distant for most of the economies of the region.
Yerel yönetimler yeşil gündemin uygulamasında önemli bir rol oynuyor. Ancak bunun gerçekleşmesi için yerel yönetimlerin güçlendirilmesi ve desteklenmesi gerekiyor. NALAS tarafından Balkanlardaki 149 yerel yönetimin dahil olduğu bir araştırma, bunların yalnızca 1/3'ünün çevre stratejilerine sahip olduğunu gösterdi.
Local governments play an important role in the implementation of the Green Agenda, but for this to materialize, they needed to be improved and supported. A recent but not yet published research by NALAS, including 149 local governments from the Balkans, shows that only 1/3 of them have environmental strategies.
Diğer yandan Güneydoğu Avrupa'daki yerel yönetimler yeşil gündemin gerekliliklerini karşılayacak mali araçlardan yoksun. Güneydoğu Avrupa'daki yerel yönetimler Avrupalı emsallerine göre kişi başına ortalama 7 kat daha az gelir elde ediyor ve çevre bu konuda öncelikli bir işleve sahip değil. Yerel yönetimlerimiz yeşil kalkınmaya ve müreffeh bir gelecek için bölgenin dönüşümüne katkıda bulunacak şekilde güçlendirilmelidir. Bunun kolay olacağını söylemiyorum ama alternatifimiz de yok.
Secondly, local governments in CEE also lack the financial means to address the Green Agenda requirements. In per capita terms, on average, local governments in CEE dispose of almost 7 times less revenues than their European counterparts.
NALAS 5 yıllık yeni statüsüne dayanarak yerel yönetimlerin ve yerel yönetim birliklerinin en önemli destekçisi olmaya devam edecek. Topluluk katılımını ve yerel inovasyonu teşvik ederken şehirleri iklim ve enerji hedeflerine ve ulaşma konusunda güçlendirmek için uzmanlık, kaynak ve rehberlik desteği sağlayacak olan sözleşme destek masasını kurma sürecindeyiz. Bilgi merkezimiz de yerel yönetimler için dış destek olmadan yeşil gündeme ulaşamayacağımızın bilincinde olarak yerel yönetimlerin AB programlaması ve finansmanda erişim artması için savunuculuk faaliyetleri yürütüyoruz.
Based on its new 5-year strategy, NALAS will remain to be the key supporter of local governments and their associations. You are in the process of establishing Convenient of Mayors Help Desk for Southeast Europe that will provide a central hub of expertise, resources and guidance to empower cities in meeting their climate and energy goals while fostering community engagements and local innovation.
Ve son olarak buradan Avrupa Birliği'ndeki ortaklarımıza yerel yönetimlerin yeşil gündemde rol oynaması için yeni fırsatlar yaratmaları yönünde çağrıda bulunmak istiyorum. Bugün burada NALAS'ın belediyeler için AB programını başarıyla uyguladığı ülke olan Arnavutluk'ta, Tiran'da buluştuğumuz için mutluyum. Bu forumun hepimize yeni bir ilerleme yolu açacağını umuyorum. Hepinize tekrar hoş geldiniz diyor ve gelecekteki işbirlikleri için birçok yaratıcı fikri sabırsızlıkla bekliyorum, saygılar sunuyorum.
I would appeal to our partners from the EU to create new opportunities for local governments to play a role in the green agenda. I am happy that we are meeting in Albania, the country in which NALAS successfully implements the EU for Municipality program. Hoping that this forum will give us all an additional development impulse, I welcome you and I am looking forward to many creative ideas on future collaboration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Tirana. Now, last but not least, my pleasure to welcome to the floor Mr. Matthew Mori, who is the Secretary General of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe. Mr. Mori, the floor is for you.
Thank you very much. Minister, Ambassador, President, Mayors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and if I may, dear friends. I was very interested in the Minister's introduction when you said that this century is the century of cities, and you were wondering how international organization might see that. And I think it's true to say that in the past, international organization probably saw the local and regional authority movement as a bit of an odd beast, not really knowing how to interact with them. But I also think that nowadays, and I think the ambassador will agree, the European Union, the Council of Europe, we are really here to support and empower local and regional authorities. And you should really think of us as an ally. I think an illustration of that, when I think of the Council of Europe, is that last May, there was a Heads of States and Governments Summit of the member states of the Council of Europe. And if you read the final declaration of this summit, there is local and regional everywhere. It's the first time that this level of governance is so much put in the forefront. And I think a lot of countries have come to understand over the last years the importance of the local and regional authorities because of all the crises we've gone through. And the climate change crisis is one where clearly local and regional authorities have a big role to play. You mentioned the fact that 70% of the acquis will be implemented at local level. I would propose another figure. 2/3 of the mitigation measures to fight climate change are also implemented at local level. And this topic today is very much relevant for our communities, for our young generations. When I was preparing this speech last week, I had people demonstrating in front of my office, in front of the Council of Europe. They were demonstrating because they were here to support Duarte Agostinho and his friends, a group of young people aged 11 to 24, who are taking 33 member states of the Council of Europe to the European Court of Human Rights for, they claim, not doing enough in combating climate change. This anger is targeted at public authorities, and rightly so, since public authorities are in charge. We will, of course, keep a close eye on the result of this case, because should the court recognize the right to a healthy environment as a human right, then this will change the paradigm, not only for the 46 member states of the Council of Europe, but for all other states in the world. Of course, local and regional governments have a key role in addressing climate change. As I just said, they handle very much services at the local level, regulating air pollution, tackling excessive noise, ensuring waste disposal, etc., etc. This gives mayors, governors, presidents of regions a historic responsibility. We as European institutions also share this responsibility. At the Congress of the Council of Europe, we are responsible for promoting and protecting decentralization and local democracy and subsidiarity. And of course, it's only with decentralization and local democracy that cities and regions will be able to deliver on such an important challenge. Decentralization and local democracy are protected by the European Charter on Local Self-Government, and it's our duty as a Congress to make sure this international binding treaty ratified by all 46 member states of the Council of Europe is implemented. And it's a clear fact in all studies that those countries implementing this treaty most comprehensively are the countries delivering public services in the most effective and sustainable way. You can count on the Congress to continue doing this work and to provide guidance and recommendations to support your evolution towards greener practices and policies. At our upcoming Congress session in 2 weeks, Congress members will adopt the revised European Urban Charter that sets out the principles to ensure a right to a healthy environment. I trust that you, mayors, will do your part, with our help, obviously, to ensure that these principles are upheld in cities and towns across the region. To conclude, I would like to commend the work that will be done here today and stress how pleased we are to see that we are all working in the same direction, that the Regional Cooperation Council is cooperating with NALAS, bringing the voice of local and regional authorities of the region to the table. It's the good way, it's the only way to mobilize all our communities and deliver the massive grassroots movement we need to answer the fears of Duarte Agostinho, his friends, and the youth of our countries. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank all of our speakers, Mrs. Bregu, Mr. Mazniku, Mr. Soreka, Mr. Turan, and Mr. Mori. This was our introduction speeches. Right now comes an interesting part, because it's the part where we're going to present you with some of the solutions that some of the young people across our region have come up with to problems that exist here in Tirana and basically everywhere else. The Balkathon, started by the RCC in 2020, has become a trademark this year. And more than 300 people have participated. They've presented their ideas. These ideas have to do with traffic, recycling, more green spaces, and other solutions that they offer. I'd like to invite you to watch a very short video that presents us some of the magic that this Balkathon has been able to achieve in the 3 short years it's been around. So let's watch it together.
4 years ago, an idea to support Western Balkans digital innovators was born. And from it, 15 brand new, market-ready digital solutions, all made in Western Balkans. Let me introduce you to some of them. CAL's Training Center, one of winning ideas of the first Balkathon, connecting children and teachers passionate about technology and languages. ISLAA, one of winning ideas of Balkathon 2.0, connecting small businesses and social entrepreneurs through a digital platform. Pokupi is app-powered on-demand taxi and driver service provider. Bifrost is technical solution of sustainable but affordable single-use packaging production that reduces plastic pollution. eClinica is online platform that makes a doctor appointment easier and faster, helping daily management of clinics. Beep is one of the winners of Balkathon 3.0, a smart carpooling platform, allowing users easier, cheaper, and more comfortable transportation by cost sharing. EcoSolution Research is a prototype organic fertilizer using bioproducts and biofuels to reduce food loss and waste. X is a technical solution of a recycling machine that transforms PET containers into 3D printer material, enhancing garbage disposal solutions. FarmBot is a multifunctional hybrid drive robotic platform with an autonomous movement capability for spraying the crops, enabling better efficiency and higher safety. 3D Factory is a mobile application that tracks the location of plastic scrap in order to collect it and use it with eco-friendly 3D printers. Year after year, dozens of Western Balkans innovators compete to become next Balkathon winners, proving that their ideas can help create a better region. Western Balkans sure is rich of innovative minds ready for the digital future. All they need is support and a chance.
The way it's going to work is I'm going to call this, we're going to see 6 ideas today. I hope the mayors will be inspired to see how some of these ideas could be implemented in the cities and could help them out with their issues. First off, let's invite here Anna Trifkovic. She's from the Bifrost team. We'll see a video that presents what Bifrost does, and then Anna will take the floor to say a few more words about their innovative product. Let's watch it.
Bifrost, and we are producing biomaterial out of industrial hemp. We came together to fight a well-known challenge, plastic pollution. Did you know that every person consumes 5 grams of microplastics every week? That is the amount of 1 credit card. New studies have shown that plastic is present in human lungs and blood, and that causes various metabolic abnormalities. Since single-use plastic has such deep roots in today's society, it would be impossible to ban it completely. That's why we need a different approach, material that is biodegradable. And we have a technical solution for guilt-free material that is made from industrial hemp. Now is the perfect time to start, since EU Parliament has sealed a ban on production of single-use plastics. And why hemp? Hemp is deeply rooted in our society. Yugoslavia was the 3rd exporter of industrial hemp in the world. It is 3.5 times stronger than polypropylene, binds 3 times more CO2 than the same area under trees, grows really fast, in just 3 months until its full growth, and it can be grown anywhere, plus it fertilizes the land. There are other companies who are producing similar material. What sets us apart is the fact that our material has no plastic polymers. It is really 100% biodegradable, strong, and made 100% from natural materials. But most importantly, it is made from byproducts from the food and hemp industry. By that, we are significantly reducing carbon footprint, as our LCA study shows. Every 5 tons of material that we produce eliminates a yearly negative footprint of at least 2 people. This means that by using our material, we are helping the environment in 2 ways: eliminating plastic and lowering carbon footprint. We are starting as business-to-business model with the focus on restaurants and food delivery services, as well as single-use plastic producers. But recently, we are getting more and more inquiries for producing biodegradable replanting cups. And that is going to be our first product on the market. We are Bifrost, and we invite you to build a greener future together.
Hello, everyone. Just to check. This side, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm really honored and happy to be here. As they said, I'm Anna. I come from Serbia, and I'm a co-founder of Bifrost. This was only 2 years ago. We were a non-formal team surrounded by an idea. And now, 2 years later, we built 2 facilities, one laboratory, one workshop, where we actually produced our own machines that we patented. And with those, we actually produced this material. So this is our proof of concept, the single-use packaging. But before we hit the market with that, because we need a lot of money and time to get all of the food certificates, you heard that we're planning to hit the market with the replantation cups. And this is actually interesting because it came from the customers. They were asking us, hey, can you produce this for us? And we realized this is even easier to enter the market, and it has much more benefits because instead of reducing the plastic, of course, it also fertilizes the land because it biodegrades and it feeds the plant. So the plant grows healthy, and it reduces the replantation shock. It retains water, so you use less water and less synthetic fertilizers. So for that, the savings are 4,500 euros per a small producer. And it's really fitting for vertical farming and urban farming too. So I tried it out also on the roof of my building in the city center of Belgrade, and I grown my own tomatoes and pepper too. Considering that we're using 2 waste material, we can also be really competitive when we consider pricing too, so we can compete on the market. But there is also one thing that I wanted to mention here, and that is that recently we actually did a major technology breakthrough because we tried this new material on a regular injector molding machines for plastics, and it is possible. And if we go back over here, that it's going to be definitely a must to find a way instead of plastic, they can actually use it, and we can scale our production from 300 pieces a day to 10,000 pieces a day. So we're going to hit the market next springtime, and I also wanted to present you our team. So I'm not alone. I have Nedad, who is an agriculture engineer, but also a project manager. Luca was responsible for all the production of the machinery. I'm a business developer, but I'm an electrical engineer. We have Mladen, who is responsible for the numbers and the software optimization. And we have Nikola, who is responsible for the operation and procurement. Thank you. I also have some prototypes that I will show you, so you can take them and touch them to see the prototypes for the vertical farmings.
Excellent. Thank you, Anna. I should mention that Biofrost is the winners of the 2021 edition of the Balkathon out of Serbia. Now our next presentation comes out of Kosovo. This is Eco Solutions Research that have come up with organic fertilizers and the use of food waste in order to turn that into more fertilizers for food, so that you reduce it going to the waste garbage camps, and you use it as energy and then producing more food. So Alberina Gashi is going to be here giving this presentation for, once again, Eco Solution Research out of Pristina. Welcome.
Hi everyone, dear General Secretary, dear majors and everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to present our work today. And I'm presenting Eco Solution Research. I'm Alberina, and we are the winner of the last year Balkathon. Before starting my presentation, I want to thank so much the RCC and the support that they gave us. Not only that we won, we was the winner of the last year, but RCC opened us many doors for the future. So we had the ability to gain more donation and more investors in our idea. Eco Solution Research is a company that aims to create products that are eco-friendly based on the concept of sustainability, reproduction, and eco-industries. The main problem that we are dealing is the food waste problem. Every one of us may had the chance to left the food in our plate because we couldn't eat it. It may happen to all of us. And have you ever wondered what happens with this food that we left on our plate? It mainly goes to the landfills that contaminates the soil and has a huge impact in the environment by releasing 3.3 tons of billions of green gas emissions. And also, it has a huge impact also in the economy, but losing every year 1.1 billion euro worldwide. This problem mainly has the restaurant owners. As our research that we did, we saw that the focal points was to the restaurants. And we came to the solution that to use this way to create something very beneficial for environment, also for our country. We came with a solution to use anaerobic digestion process by processing food waste and to create organic fertilizer and biogas during this process. We know that during the decomposition, it is a huge amount of methane gas released during the food waste decomposition. Why we need the products that we are creating? We need organic fertilizers because it is very helpful for the plant. It's very rich in nutrients. It helps some plant diseases, and also it improves soil fertility. And during this process, we can use methane as a renewable energy resource to generate electricity, heat, and to use it for utilities. All this data that I explained to you till now was only for worldwide data. When we came up to the Pristina, Kosovo, also for the region, we don't have any data for the food waste that we produce. So we came up for the research mainly in the Pristina city, as our capacity is a little bit in the small scale for now. And we make a map together with our engineers, architects, and chemical engineers that we have in the group. And we saw that the focal points of food waste generation was to the restaurants and bars in Pristina. And we made here a map to see how this food waste can be impacted and generate green areas during in these urban places in Pristina. The food waste problem is a problem that is very comprehensive. So the importance of treating food waste, it has directly impact in different fields of the life. Comparing that, we know that 70 to 80% of the food contains water. We can treat this wastewater that is generated through food waste and can contribute to the water resources. By using food waste, we can create renewable energy resources that will be helpful to generate electricity and heat. And from the organic fertilizer, we can directly impact in the urban areas and also in the agriculture. During this comprehensive cycle, it will be an impact in climate change, in air quality, and most important, in the well-being, because by using an organic fertilizer, it will be less necessary to use pesticides and other inorganic fertilizer that contaminates the food that we eat. So this cycle is very comprehensive, and it's directly impacting our well-being. The main focus of our work, as I mentioned before, is contributing in the SDG. So the impact in the environment, it's also connected with the impact in society and also in the economy by contributing in circular economy. The business model that we use is by collaborating with some restaurants in Pristina, taking their food waste and treating it to our mini laboratory that we created. And we aim to sell the product to farmers that want to create and generate organic products that will sell more in the market, use supermarkets and big suppliers. Here are some drawings from the visual projection that we did to build our prototype. We created a prototype from the support of the RCC, and we also measure the market size of selling our products. So we aim to sell our product not only in Pristina and Kosovo, but also in the region and also in Europe, as we know that people are more interested and more knowledgeable about organic products in Europe. During the research that we did, from 1 kilogram of food waste that we can use, we can generate 25 to 30 kilograms of organic fertilizer. This is approximately the quantity of the food waste generated from restaurants, and through this organic fertilizer will be very rich in nutrients. We will sell it with this price in the market. Behind our work is a group of chemical engineers and architects that we incorporated together for a better and greener future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alberina. The next video we're going to watch is on calls. Calls, as the youth will say calls sometimes, because this is for a product that was developed during the COVID pandemic. So what it does is it allows children and teachers to connect, even though they might be in different countries. So you can learn a foreign language through a native speaker through this application. Albana Mucay will say a few words about their product once we see the video. So Albana, after the video, the floor is yours.
Platform's main page. Today we're going to introduce why this platform is so necessary. The e-learning platform of CALS was developed in order to come up with a facilitation possibility regarding teachers and students both when it comes to meeting each other and interact with the class. This online class can easily be developed through the use of tools that we have granted in such a platform. As winner of the Balkathon, in order to reach a rather qualitative creation of the platform, we have risen several focus groups and received information from directors of schools in different countries in the Western Balkans. The users of the platform can be teachers, students, as well as school administrators. In order to log in as a student, there has been a higher security criteria. But other than that, the platform does not recognize age restriction or space restriction. Each trainer or teacher can easily get in touch with the students after having agreed beforehand to have an online class. The teacher creates its own calendar and the student gets notified in their own accounts. Students can easily upload their homeworks in the page we're going to check by simply clicking on Let's Start. By clicking on it, we're going to be redirected to the CALS dashboard. Here we have a dashboard where we see the today's classes and total monthly classes. The classes that we are going to have are usually highlighted. In the classes section, we can easily check by looking into one of the tests we have run. Here you're going to be presented with the class information, name of the class, start date and date of it, the week hours it's going to take place in, the professor's email address and description of it. Here you can easily upload the link of the Zoom meeting that you would like to access, as well as attachments regarding your classes. Just like these attachments, you can also upload your own homeworks. Other than that, we have the teacher's profile where you can easily upload your own picture, leave a short description regarding yourself, your first name, last name, and email address. In the moment that you would like to log out, the system lets you enter another email address that you would like to log in or sign up with. In the moment that you've forgotten your password, the platform can easily assist you by just sending a link to your email. This is a rather brief introduction of the platform, which has been used by teachers of the CALS Center and some private centers as well. We are currently working on having a larger use in the future, and why not in the public schools as well.
Thank you, everyone. While we were working on this project, everything was closed, and every meeting was taking place online. And we, as an educational center,
wanted to get close to our students. My kids during the period got their homeworks via WhatsApp or other platforms, but they were not working online in meantime with their teachers. So that's why we came with the platform where the communication between teachers and students happens in real time. They can have their classroom and use every tool for an effective communication. Thanks to Balkathon, this has been transformed from a project idea to a real platform and a real business. After the tests and the first classes we created, our team came out with some new solutions we added to the platform in order to bring a qualitative information for teachers, so with the best techniques and teaching methods. Between the information provided by the platform regarding innovative learning solutions and many different classes we can create, this platform can be and could be the Uber of education. We are working on that, but for sure, in order to be a successful platform, it needs to be in a large scale, which is really possible with the support of public institutions, municipalities, or ministries of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albana. I could see how that could make schools interact across the region as well. It would be a good opportunity to use that. After calls, I'd like to invite here the team of Immortel. Miss Migena Gelegu will come to the stage to provide some additional insights as to what they can do. They're trading into this aromatic
medicinal plants.
medicinal, yes. So you got all these wonderful smelling things. And the video will tell us what it is about, and then Migena will give us a few more information points on their product. Immortel.
Enjoy the small teaser of Immortel Trading Platform.
Our idea is called Immortel Trading Platform. We offer the chance for farmers all around the world and also for industries to join, and they can trade with a simple click within our platform.
Hi everyone, this is IDP registration form, which is part of Immortel Trading Platform. Each industry and farmer needs to fill out this application form in order for their business to be accepted. They need to fill out the name, surname, email address, the description of their business, password, confirmed password, suggested by, type of activity, sub-activity, the scale of their activity, location, and the region that they are part of. In the end, they need to upload the documents of their business, and after the form is filled out, in the end they have a button, apply now, they click it, and within 7 days they will get a response from the system if the application is accepted or not. Now we come with the second part of our application form, where the industry or the farmer need to enter their ticket number, which they receive by mail in the moment they apply. After that, they need to enter their email address and click search. After that, it will show a message if let's say the ticket is approved or not. After they have been accepted, they have the credentials that they have inserted in the first part of the application form. So email address, password, and they click login. Thank you.
This is the marketplace of the Immortel Trading Platform, which farmers and industries can access through their accounts. They can see here browse all categories: home, shop, stores, blog, frequent asked questions, and contact. Below, also we can see the top categories that the farmers and industries view and the popular products. For more information, you can see here in the contact details, which you have our number and our location. I thank you very much for your attention, and I invite you all to our launch in January 2024 for this amazing journey.
As you can see from the small teaser, thanks to RCC support, we were able to bring our prototype that we built during COVID to life. What we do with platform, we want to officialize the farmers and industries. At the end, we want to build not only for the region starting from Albania and 6 countries, but this has grown more. Through RCC, we have been able to bring our ideas even in Europe, where we competed, and we have been also a finalist. So we can see that this idea needs to be applied now. All farmers need to adapt to the innovation. As you can see in Albania, we have very simply the e-Albanian system. So it means it's very easy even for the farmers to approach it. Nowadays, everyone has to use their phones and to get information. But what we need to do with the platform, we have to make it sustainable. Many medicinal plants are disappearing. There are a lot of constriction put from the EU. Many countries are not allowed to produce certain medicinal plants, but other countries can produce them. So we have to find a mitigation way how to bring those two pillars, farmers and industries. So this was a small presentation. I invite you all to see our launch in New Year, which is after the festive. So we want to have as many farmers and industries to join it, and it is free for the first year. After it, we can see the numbers growing. We'll see also possibilities to cooperate with municipalities of different countries and also in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to see all of these ideas and more that aren't here presenting today, that have been made present through the Balkathon, come into fruition, come into life in our city. So it's a chance also for the mayors who are here today to see what they like and what could work for them. And the great hope is that these businesses would then, start making a difference in the way we live our lives and produce for the economies of our cities as well. Now, I'd like to, the last two ideas, they are winners from this year's Balkathon, the 4.0, as they call it. Every year it goes a number higher. So first, let's meet Nikola Pejovic. He's from Eco Point. I met him yesterday, and he's the youngest winner of a Balkathon. Comes from Montenegro, right? Yes, from Montenegro. So here, wait till you see this. This is wonderful. We're going to see the video of what Nikola has thought of, and then he's going to have a few words of filling up the presentation.
What if we awarded everyone who is responsible? That's what EcoPoints is all about. My team and I recognize the problem with current recycling. Recycling has and still is a big problem. Too much waste is being thrown away instead of just recycling it properly. We believe that if people were offered rewards as a motivation, they would be much more encouraged to be responsible with their waste. The solution to this idea is that when you throw away trash, you get to pick what kind of trash is it. And once you've chosen, you toss the trash into the container, and the sensor inside it figures out how much you've thrown away. Based on the calculations, it calculates the points. The app inside it makes a QR code, and when you scan this QR code, you earn these points on your mobile phone, and then later you can see a list of places where you can use these points at our partner stores. Our application is sustainable thanks to its two pillars: sponsored ads and selling recycled materials. We provide a free user experience with eco-conscious ads, and we proudly supply our recycled material to 3D Room, 3D benches, and with just 12,000 bottle caps, our partners craft an indestructible bench. With approximately 1,000 students attending our electrotechnical school, if everyone recycled just one bottle cap per day, we could produce these benches every 2 weeks, which just shows our sustainability. On this journey, we're not alone. We have a whole bunch of supporters behind us, including our electrotechnical school, our partner 3D Room, and much more people and colleagues who support us every day. Thank you for your attention. Hello everyone, I'm Nicola and I come from Montenegro. I'm here to represent my team with EcoPoints idea. As I mentioned, on this journey we're not alone. We have a bunch of partners and supporters behind us, including Electrotechnical School, which is one of our most important supporters, and our partners 3D Room, to who we provide all our recycled material. How do we aim to get into this market? We aim to start small with a pilot project in our Electrotechnical School. This prototype would help us find and fix all the problems, and it would be a stepping stone for expansion. We are proud that we can say that we have six schools who are already interested in getting this idea for themselves. All of these schools are from Western Balkans. With these recycled materials, as mentioned in the video, we craft these benches. These are, as we call them, indestructible. What that means is that plastic takes a lot more time to dissolve than wood and is much stronger than traditional wood used for benches. So that means that we are helping the environment, helping the local communities be much more cleaner and less polluted. And even if they do tend to break or snap apart, we can just reuse this same material to make new ones and remelt them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nicola. Great work. Good idea. So rewards for recycling, and it seems to click. Now, this is our last presentation. We're just on time to fit this one in. And it's about Capia and this team that comes out of Pristina. After the video, we're going to have Professor Ram Lika here give us a real presentation as to how their traffic problem solution could be solving real traffic problems, as in the example from Pristina that he has brought. Welcome, Professor. So we'll watch the video and then we'll see how it works.
I'm Gzim Hoxha, professor at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. Here we are in laboratory of Department of Traffic and Transport in Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. I will show some small projects which are implemented by the students of this department in framework of the automatic control of traffic subject. In the first prototype, the students have used some smart techniques by using the microcontroller Arduino, infrared sensors, and ultrasonic sensors. Then, in the second prototype, the students have used the microcontroller Raspberry Pi and also the same sensors for traffic solution and traffic management. In the same way, for our proposed project, we will use some smart techniques and intelligent systems for traffic management, traffic solution in urban zone of Kosovo cities. The main objectives of this proposed project include improvement of some indicators of traffic, such a decrease of delay of vehicles in intersection, to improvement some indicators of environment pollution from traffic, and in general to improvement some indicators of social life. This proposed project will be indispensable for institution of municipality and other responsible institution to use them for traffic solution and traffic management in general in urban zone.
Dear Secretary General, dear majors, dear ambassadors, dear participants, the motorized traffic in urban areas, especially in main cities, is faced with a lot of difficulties, problems and issues that needs to be addressed. This is a case, a real case, which has been registered 2 days ago in Pristina city, starting from Bill Clinton Square up to Ministry of Education. especially due to high demand for motorized traffic, while the other modes of traffic are not sufficiently used and because there are no conditions for that. Situation is difficult in crossroads, especially with fixed traffic lights. We are going to use intelligent devices to monitor traffic demand, structure of traffic, and to give priority, for example, for emergency cars, first aid cars, and so on. But there is no space, for example, for this solution because of constructions. Our aim is to propose an innovative automatic control solution for motorized traffic via intelligent devices to improve the quality of traffic service. Real-time programs we are going to use to observe, monitor the critical traffic factors, to evaluate them, and to propose a smart solution. These factors will be used to build a model, to simulate it, and to gain optimal parameters that will be used to improve the level of traffic quality, such as density, time, average speed, and safety. This is, to tell you, an educational and research project, and the idea came by students and colleagues of my colleagues from two departments, Department of Transport and Traffic and Mechatronics. And at the end, we are going to build a prototype with optimal traffic parameters. We are going to test it, and we are going to publish a paper and report with conclusions which will be drawn by real-time data, because until now the traffic lights are working with fixed time, and our project is proposing real-time data for traffic lights. So we are going to propose a recommendation and share it with all stakeholders, including majors of municipalities, to push our idea forward. What are the benefits of our projects? There are social and economic benefits, time and fuel consumption, then health and environment, safety, and so on. But also, since this is an educational and research project, our students are going to improve their skills, knowledge, and competences for practical application in line with your recommendation for sustainable mobility and for using digital technology in traffic and transport. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. So we saw some of the ideas, the winners from different years of the Balkathon being presented. Now we have a coffee break. I'd like to invite some of the mayors, deputy mayors, and attendees present for a photo opportunity before that. But we're going to reconvene at 12:30, and we're going to have our first forum with the mayors on the stage this time, and they will represent some of the happenings in their cities and solutions that they have found. So let's have a little coffee break and get back together at 12:30. Thank you. Hello, folks. I'd like to ask you to make your way back to the conference room, please, as we're about to start our high-level panel. Thank you. Jemi gati? Në teknik? Okay. Okay. Ulemi? Po. Okay, so this is our high-level panel. Thank you for your attendance. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. I have the pleasure to present our guests who are here in Tirana today to represent their cities in the Western Balkans. I'd like to say that the mayor of Tirana, Iron Vedia, is on his way to come here as he's at the airport. So we'll see how traffic works in Tirana and the time it takes him to make it here. So we'll have him in a little bit. But it is my pleasure to present to you and to give a warm welcome first to the mayor of Pristina, Mr. Perbarim Rama.
Thank you.
We also have with us the mayor of Skopje, Mrs. Daniela Arsovska. From the city of Podgorica, we have Mr. Luka Rakcevic, the deputy mayor, and also the deputy mayor of Sarajevo, Mr. Samir Avdic is with us today. So in this panel, we're going to hear our guests and some of the problems and solutions that they've faced in their respective cities, and use this time as an exchange of ideas and as an opportunity to learn from one another. So I'll give the floor first to you, Mr. Rama. Pristina, similar to Tirana, is a rapidly growing city. The last time I was, which was a few months back, I could see the change from a year before that, and from a year before that, Pristina is growing rapidly. So what are some of the challenges that you are facing with rapid urban growth, such as in your city, when it comes to traffic, housing, and transportation?
Well, thank you very much, first and foremost, for having me here. It's beautiful to be under these gorgeous surroundings, this amazing transformation. Congratulations for that as well. Pristina, as many cities, well, they face a lot of different issues, and for me, in particular, it is quite an interesting kind of task and topic, because I come from architectural and urban planning background. So I've been involved in analyzing the city for probably more than a decade, and now nearly 2 years I'm managing the city as a city mayor. Pristina has been growing exponentially, and this is a good sort of positive indication that people want to come and live there, and they want to invest, so they believe in the city. But the lack of public investment, the lack of sort of catching up with this sort of private investors, what has done, created a lot of side issues, and one of the main ones, the traffic issue, waste management, infrastructure in terms of roads and schools, lacking of schools, and this is sort of all combined. So when you analyze the city is like an organism. So one problem on one side creates many problems in the other side. So our approach to managing the city is multidimensional. We realize that we cannot sort of resolve these issues on their own or in a linear manner. We need to understand them as a complex system and impact, or have an agenda to impact these different issues, to resolve these issues in a systems thinking way. So I'll just perhaps elaborate on few of the elements. Pristina has grown, since 2011 census. We have had 198 inhabitants sort of numbered then, and we still don't have the new census today, and we're hoping that we will have one now from November. But it is estimated by the World Bank that probably around 450,000 people now live, or at least they use the city on daily basis. And this has, again, a huge sort of stress on the city and what the city is able to provide for the citizens on everyday kind of facilities. With the private sector building on the periphery predominantly of the city, and with lack of public investment, like lack of schools, lack of health centers, lack of roadways.
So these people have to make their way into the city.
What you find is that, families, for example, parents with their children, they have to drive from peripheral areas to central areas.
And then back.
And then back. Yeah. But also, this also puts a lot of additional pressure on our schooling system. So instead of having full day shifts, we have 2 shifts or even 3 shifts in some schools, where children go from, let's say, 8 to 12, and then from 1 till 4, and then even some on the 3rd shift later on at night. So this is connected to the parents. The parents that have to drive their children to these areas, they have to deliver them at school at 8 o'clock, and then leave job, and then go to the work, to go to their jobs, leave the jobs, and then come and pick them up again at 12. Yeah. And then they have the problem of who do they give them to? Who takes care of them? So they're kind of, even the problems are circular and they're intertwined. So our approach has been quite sort of rapid, design and buildings of new schools. And now we are, we're already building 5 new schools. So for less than 2 years now, we're in the process of building 5 new schools. We're also negotiated for additional 5 schools. So these 10 schools on the periphery will have quite a positive impact, we believe, in the traffic chaos. But apart from that, again, the missing road infrastructure that connects these different neighborhoods directly. At the moment, you have to come via city center to then connect to another neighborhood. So you come again via city center to connect the other neighborhood. So a series of strategic interventions at a large scale sort of projects like Road A, or we call it Ruga Gjimgjema, which is the largest capital investment in the history of the city. That will alleviate quite a lot of these issues. But I think we must also think, cities as people-centric rather than car-centric. And as a result of focusing first on pedestrians, on the citizens rather than cars, we've also made some very bold decisions to actually completely kind of block one of the main arteries in the city center for cars. So that has been now transformed, linked to the existing Mother Teresa Boulevard, and so it is continuation of Mother Teresa Boulevard.
Does it bring more people walking, more?
And it is full of people.
Yeah.
It is full of people. So we organize what the cities need. They need to, especially with cities that people want to go and live in there. You need to create facilities for them to not only to work or go to school or have good health care. You need to create a lot of entertainment, a lot of excitement. You need to bring in a lot of art and culture,
Places
festivals,
to go, things to do. Yeah.
festival things to do, so that people, they're fulfilled at multi levels, not only one part or the other part. And that's what we're trying to do with Pristina, but also by prioritizing pedestrian this boulevard. And this boulevard, we also, I guess we're quite lucky that the city is very compact, it's quite dense. So with a boulevard that currently is about 1 kilometer, we're transforming it into 2.6 kilometers sort of stretch, which is this spine.
On both directions?
Which is the spine on both directions that kind of links a green market on one side, which is an old green market, now transforming it into a new one, to another green market on the other side, but with facilities with underground car parking. But what happens within this stretch, 2.6 kilometers, we are connecting 10 largest neighborhoods of the capital city. So about 75% of the density of the municipality of Pristina will be connected with this pedestrian boulevard, pedestrian walkway. And what this does, this provides, while we fight to create new roads, so we have the inner ring road, we're now designed and pushing to build the outer ring road and these other infrastructure. At the same time, we need to know that city needs to breathe. Pedestrians, citizens, they need to feel free, they need to feel safe and secure to move, within these sort of public spaces, and to also have this alternative. So let's say that you can actually, 2.6 kilometers, you can walk them in 25 minutes.
That's a good walk every day.
So if you connect 75% of the citizens with this, it makes sense. But it goes contrary to people's kind of imagination that to solve the traffic, you need more roads.
Yeah, not necessarily.
I think it's not true, because let's say on one side of the city, if you know that you can get to the city center by car, you will obviously get in the car to go and get to the city center by car. But if you know that it's going to cost expensive because the parking is expensive, or you cannot find any parking because it's difficult, then chances are that you will walk.
Yeah.
And there's a joke, where now one guy is walking and a friend of his on the car is saying, would you like a ride? And he says, no, I'm sorry, I'm in a rush.
Yeah.
I'll walk. So that's what, these are some of the kind of strategies and kind of a mission statement, so to speak. It is actually that pedestrians are first. Urban traffic is with alternative means of movement like bicycles and scooters are second, cars third. Yeah. So we've also have now a loan from EBRD for 30 new buses. We're negotiating for another 50 electric combi buses to get to parts that the current buses cannot get to. And we are simplifying the structure of movement and communication. So the actual structure, the way people see it, and their mental map, how they connect to these maps, the real maps, it needs to be very simply understood in order for them to fall into this, what I call maybe paths of least resistance, so that they fall into that behavior. So that it becomes easy to fall into that behavior, to change behavior. Because as you know,
a little bit urban psychology involved in that as well.
You have to do that.
Okay, good. So you can enjoy the city not only inside your car, but also by walking these spaces, make them safe, make them inviting, and people will use them.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Rama. I'd like to give the floor now to Mrs. Arsovska, from Skopje, another important town in our region, a capital of North Macedonia. I'd like to give you an opportunity to tell us as to how you solve these sort of issues in Skopje, and also if inter-capital cities dialogue is possible in order to take and give out ideas that might be working, say, in Tirana or in Skopje, and then we exchange those ideas.
Thank you very much. Well, first I would like to thank RCC, the EU, of course, the city of Tirana and Nalas for the kind invitation and for the pleasure and honor to be here today. Of course, it's very important for us to work together, and this is exactly what we're doing with each and every one of our cities. I have to say we have fantastic cooperation with the city of Tirana, also with Podgorica, with Sarajevo, and now officially we're going to start, I think, with Pristina as well. All of our challenges are, I think, more or less similar because we are capital cities. We exchange knowledge, we discuss on how we resolve each other's challenges and find innovative solutions for it. So this communication is, I think, crucial. For Skopje, maybe the biggest challenge that we have is the pollution, which is especially stressed in the winter days. And we started with systemic solution. We created a master plan, which I think is one of the best things that could happen to our city. We started with cleaning up 220 illegal landfills. This number grew within 2 years. It's up to 280. We started with actually creating these illegal landfills into green oases. So on the place of one 50,000 square meters illegal landfill with height up to 20 meters, now we have a 50,000 square meters mega park. So on the places where once was waste, now you can find fantastic green rehabilitated areas. Our second one is on the way. 2 new mega parks we are already starting this month, one of which Mother Teresa, our new park in the municipality of Karpos. And we have, it was in our program to have 5 new mega parks by the end of this term for 4 years. But I'm very happy that by the end of the second year we already have 4 final, and by the end of the 4th year we will have probably 7 mega parks already implemented in the city of Skopje. I will be very brief to what projects we are having ongoing to solve this issue, because as mentioned, we have a set of systemic measures in place in this master plan. One is a very nice, innovative project, which is the first of its kind in Macedonia. It's a project for recycling and reuse of construction waste. The construction waste is maybe over 30% of the overall waste we have in the city. So now we found a way to not only recycle but also reuse it, by which we are actually not only helping our environment, but we're also saving while we're doing our new projects in the city with our city enterprises. Another systemic solution which actually complements all of these others is opening up the first biohack laboratory in the city of Skopje. This is also a unique project not only for the country, for Macedonia, but also for the entire region as well, because it's the first of its kind. It's jointly opened not only by the city of Skopje, but also with the UNDP and with UNICEF. which complemented us, helped us not only with equipment, but also helped us with the know-how or with the trainings and everything we need to know. So now we have the first biohack laboratory in the region placed in one of our high schools, where our high school students are using it for R&D. They're already developing their own products. We're using bio-waste to produce perfumes. We have part of the laboratory which is used for forensics. So it's a fantastic solution how to integrate our youth into all of the processes, raise their awareness, which is, I think, number one thing. We should work on how to prevent things happening in the future, not on how to cure the disease that we already have. So this is, I think, one of the preventive measures that we are undertaking. Well, as we are discussing last week on Saturday, it's still ongoing. We have a double hackathon going on in the city of Skopje, where our youth, our young people, over 150 young people, are already working on an application and software to report pollution and then to find ways on how our inspection services will be solving it. This is, again, one new thing that will help us, all of us, not only prevent, but also sanction all of those that do not abide by the regulation, which is there in place to work on our health and benefit.
I was going to ask you, you kind of gave an answer to my question before I made it, but have you found resistance? As far as the population goes, the citizens, is it easy to implement all these changes? Do they see the benefits, or is there resistance at times?
This is a very difficult thing because there always is resistance to new things. Of course, everybody wants to live in a safer city. Everybody wants to live in a city that's eco-friendly. Everybody wants a clean and, environmental friendly city. But then when you have to make a step towards helping to reach this goal, there are many individuals who actually prefer profit rather than health. So this is, I think, part of the problems that we have. This is why, as mayor, I have to say I'm not very popular because I use penalties. I started with draconic measures of up to 100,000 euros penalties for those who are doing these things to our environments, and actually I was maybe the first one in the country that started with criminal prosecution for those who are disrupting this ecosystem that we are trying to make better for all of our citizens. Of course, I have a personal agenda in this as well. I was a cancer survivor twice. I have members of my family that are survivors. Some of them didn't actually make it. And I'm doing this for my child, for everybody's children, for all of our young people, and for everybody that lives in our city. I want them to have a better city for themselves. I want them to love the city. I want them to take care of it. And first of all, I just think that we should look forward to the future rather than to the profit. I come from the private sector, and I know that it's nice to have profit, but at times you have to look for number one, and that's our health, good environment, and our youth.
Sure, not at that cost, So excellent, thank you. So Mr. Rakcevic, representing Podgorica here as deputy mayor of this town, I'd like to, it's interesting that in your constitution of your country, in Article 1, it states, and I'm citing here, that Montenegro is a civil, democratic, ecological, and I emphasize this word, so it's a state of social justice. So you even have ecological in your constitution. So can you tell us how that translates at the local level for you in your work at City Hall in Podgorica?
Thank you. So first of all, special thanks to RCC and to Nalas for organizing this great conference. And thanks our friends from Tirana who are also always there to help us and to be the good hosts. So as you said, Montenegro was the first and still is the only ecological country in the world, but unfortunately a big part of that is only on paper. So we have to do much more to really become the ecological state or to improve the status. So in 1991 we declared our country as ecological as the final phase and the final direction where we as a country are heading to. But for almost 3 decades, we didn't do much in improving that status. So right now, on the local level, in the last couple of years, we are trying to do our best to achieve these goals, which are very ambitious. And because of that, I'm very happy that Podgorica joined this 100 neutral and smart cities challenge to 230. And I think that we did a lot in a couple of last years in terms of increasing the some measures that are lowering the CO2 emissions, in terms of transforming urban mobility in Podgorica, in terms of using the solar energy that we have in Podgorica. So we have huge potential, but we are still not using it fully. So in terms of some things that Mayor Rama mentioned, when I listen to him, it's almost like I'm listening someone from Podgorica, because we all share the same challenges, the same problems, the same heritage. For example, in Podgorica, we had the situation, or even now, we have around 300,000 people living in Podgorica, not by census. We also have census in November, and I'm eager to see the final number. But we have more than 120,000 cars, for example. More than 74% of people in Podgorica are using mainly car or taxi as the means of transport in terms of urban mobility, and it creates chaos. It creates chaos in traffic jams, and we lose from 2 to 3 days, average citizens lose 2 to 3 days per year stuck in traffic. So we lose money, we lose time, we lose patience. And because of that, we started buying new buses. We want to transform our mobility plan, and we bought 49 buses this year. And when we bought them, they were good. They were new buses, they were climatized, they were good for people with disabilities. But people didn't have the habit to use buses. So even when they saw the buses, they said, yeah, they're great, they're perfect, but we don't use them regularly. And because of that, last month we gave 2 very popular measures to the people, to the citizens. So first one was to give all students from elementary and high school the free bus rides until the end of the year. So to encourage parents and the children to use buses to go to school and to make it more easier for them. And we gave 1 month free rides for buses for all the citizens of Podgorica. And in September, it was exploding. So everyone was using buses, everyone started learning the lanes, everyone started going to the bus stops. And from the beginning of October, when we started when we forced people to pay for bus rides, the level of usages stayed the same. So people started using buses, and we make them use buses, and it became their habit for only 1 month period. So because of that, we are now planning to buy more 50 buses in this year or in the beginning of the next year. Unfortunately, they're not electric, because electric are so much expensive. So for one electric, we could buy 3 to 4 diesel buses. And in that terms, we need really support from European level, from European Commission and other funds that can help us in firstly building the infrastructure for charging the electric buses, and then buying the electric buses. But with buying the buses and encouraging people to use buses more, we reduce the traffic jams exponentially. So,
is that something that's felt? Like a reduction in traffic when people are using the buses more? Do you see that already?
It's felt, and it would be felt even more if we didn't do that, because in the last 1 year we accepted more than 30,000 immigrants refugees from Ukraine, and the great majority of them came by car to Podgorica and to other cities, but mainly to Podgorica, and they created even more traffic jams. So if we didn't do this, I could only imagine what would Podgorica look like today. So when Mayor Rama mentioned we transport 1 lane on the main boulevard, which is the backbone of our city, only for buses and for taxis, but mainly for buses. And the first month, people argued. So the first month, it was a disaster. People said, you are taking our lanes, we cannot drive our car, and so on and so on. Even some of our coalition partners were arguing against that. But after 1 month period, nobody is using that lane, and it's perfectly normal for the buses only to be that in their lane.
They have their dedicated
and
lanes.
to have fast track for their traffic. So I think all these measures are very good in terms of transforming our cities, because I think that we all, especially our smaller cities, we have to adopt this concept of 15-minute city, which is very good. So which provides everyone to have everything, school, kindergartens, healthcare in the 15 minutes walk area. Because if we build our cities for cars, we will get more cars. If we build cities for pedestrians, for cyclists, we will get more pedestrians and cyclists. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
So I think that we have to push more in this sense. And in terms of other topics that our predecessor mentioned, we are building one very big wastewater treatment facility next year. So from February to March, the Turkish company named Kuzu is doing it. And it will be a big boost also in terms of saving the environment. So now in Podgorica we have one old factory which is from '78, which can provide services for only 55,000 of people, and we have 5 to 7 more people living in Podgorica and using the sewage. And because of that, every day we spill huge amount of wastewater in rivers and in lake. And from next year, I hope that we'll have the treatment facility built in, and that we can provide everything for not only Podgorica but for other municipalities which are very close.
Excellent. So Montenegro moving towards its identity in the constitution as an ecological
I really hope
society. So. Excellent. Next, thank you. We'll hear from the Deputy Mayor of Sarajevo, Mr. Samir Avdic. I'd like to ask you how the green agreement, the green agenda of Sofia, how that is understood by the citizens in Sarajevo, and more so, how is it implemented, the goals, given that your situation requires a lot of inner working, you know, all of that structure that you need to put into motion in Sarajevo.
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you for inviting us on this great and huge conference in Tirana. For all of us, I mean in the Western Balkans, we have properly challenges, and Sarajevo is the one of the cities, and we are the country which we are working on the 5 levels of the authorities, very specific country in the south of the Europe, I mean in Western Balkans, and this is a key point. When we are looking from the top to the bottom, we have council of the ministries, entities, cantons, municipalities, and cities. Sometimes really is not easy to do great things in that kind of the line of the authorities, but Sarajevo has properly lines and plans, and we are doing, I think, a good job, especially in the fields of green policies and politics, because right now in Sarajevo, when we are looking, our big challenges is the air pollution, traffic, transportation. So when you are looking 165,000 cars that we have registered, and when looking 35 position for the parking place is something that for the normal people is not okay. But still, we have really great green politics, many playgrounds, many parks that our citizens can use it for the free times. And on other hand, Sarajevo is one of the most visited touristic point in the Western Balkans. The city, of course, with the legacy of the Winter Olympic Games, we celebrate next year 40 years of, and all of you are invited and to come to Sarajevo, and we're really doing with this to make more green spaces for relaxed, stressed life for our citizens. can you imagine during the weekend, okay, with all habitants, which we have 375,000, during the weekend, we have one migration of the people who's coming in Sarajevo between 25 or 35,000. So it's something that sometimes you cannot really have all under control, but Sarajevo it's living, his life. So I think that we can find solution in the future for many challenges. And but after 60 years, we totally rebuilt and reconstructed our train tracking. The traffic by tramways, new electric buses, trolleybus will be more easy for using, because 100,000 people in Sarajevo, I mean in Canton field, an area, it's using public transport. So now we are waiting for the more relaxed winter time, because for us winter is something that giving unbelievable challenges because air pollution.
Thank you. I noticed something in your answers. I'm not the one to discover this. It's something everybody knows. These things are expensive. You spoke about buses, but you can only buy a certain quantity because, and not always electrical because of that. You spoke also on the lack of investment from municipalities, whereas the private sector is moving forward faster. Same problems arise in Skopje. I'd like to ask you about who your financial partners are, or should be, or could be. So who are you looking for shortly for money to make these things happen? And this green agenda is also kind of expensive. So how do you finance it?
I mean, I can perhaps connect or link to what the minister earlier mentioned about the rise of the cities as the powerhouses, as the sort of key stakeholders in terms of running people's life decision making and the future, and where are we going towards. So if we think of cities, which I fully believe that cities are actually the drivers of change, of innovation, of creativity, and what we at the moment have in many of the countries, this sort of difference between central government kind of idea about development progress, and then local government ideas about development and progress. So unless, and what I see is like Tirana perhaps is blessed to be run same party politics, but when you find different party politics, or in my case, I am not a member of any party, right. You kind of find a bit of a clash. And I think banks or any financial institutions can be more helpful, or perhaps I think we can work in some sort of legislation, through European Union or whoever would help the cities. Because at the moment for us, if we want to invest in a large infrastructure project, like for example, we do need our city ring road, the outer city ring road, which is about 350 million euros. At a municipality level, we don't have those sorts of funds to do it. So we rely on central government. But now central government perhaps has other priorities. Right. And so prioritizes other investments. Loans? So I think, yeah, but at the moment when we try to get soft loans from banks, they need sovereign guarantees. And again, unless you kind of align, right. then it doesn't happen. Yeah. So how do we overcome this? I think these are some of the issues that we're trying to tackle in Pristina, well, in a creative way, I guess. I mean, we do have a lot of power as a municipality, and we own a lot of land as well. And so we have tools like, planning tools. So we can, for example, strategic investment, we can connect this development to perhaps building this part of the ring road and so on. So we're trying to think outside of the box on how to get out of this sort of
I understand. To make these deals work for the city.
Issue. But I think if we have some sort of help from banking sector like EBRD that are focused on helping developing countries.
Right.
We could then get access on soft loans, and that could help us propel growth and development. And obviously that helps the country as well. I mean, capital cities, we're here, all capital cities. Capital cities are the biggest taxpayers in the government's budget,
Right.
the central government's
Right.
budget. So we should be treated with respect and prioritized.
So, Madam Arsovska, is it the same issue in Skopje, finding the funds to get these projects done?
Well, in general, we do have I think, the smallest probably budget of all the capital cities in the Western Balkans, but that doesn't stop us. We have now at the moment ongoing, I think, the biggest eco-capital project in the region. This is building the first wastewater treatment plant in Skopje, which is has a budget of over 170 million that is going to be spent on this project, and is being co-financed by the European Investment Bank and the EBRD. We are also working on a different project which will reform actually our public transport. This is something that hasn't been done for over 40 years. I think it's due time. And of course, it all comes in my terms, so I'm really proud of it that after 40 years we're doing such strong and big reforms in the city of Skopje. So this also comes with the help of the EBRD. And the third thing I would like to say, of course, we need to work on these projects and we need to find finances, but at the end of the day, we as a city administration and leadership, we have to pave the road forward, and we need to invest from our own funds as well into the future, because these things that we are doing are for the benefit of our citizens.
Sure they are, yeah.
So the third project, I heard my colleague previously talk about some of the novelties that they're implementing in their public transport. Within the city of Skopje, we are providing free transport for all of our students, the high school students, the university students, for the retired, the elderly, the persons with disabilities. All this is all free. The
high school, college,
retired, disability persons, but also I think the base of my election program, which I won in November 2021, was free public transport for all. So
that's a goal that you have.
That's not a goal. This next year with the budget, this is becoming a reality. Skopje will have a free public transport for all.
You worked it out in the budget? It's going to become...
I am both a lawyer and an economist, and I think,
All
I need to put this knowledge into use somewhere. So next year we're starting with free transport.
So these are
for
also
everybody.
future savings, and they help out the economy. You invest out of your own budgets now, but in the near future they start to produce more.
This is an investment. This is an investment in the future and in our people's lives.
Right.
This is something that has no price. You cannot put a price on anybody's life. So what we're doing is to have a healthy and good and green environment, place where you would want to live.
Right.
And of course, this doesn't come easy. And of course, to move things after 30 or 40 years, again, it's not easy, but I do believe that this is an investment in the future and in our children as well.
Yeah. If we stop in Podgorica for a little bit, one of the eco points, as we saw, so rewards for recycling, that came out of your city with a young man we had here before, and a brilliant idea. But I'd like to ask you, how does the digital revolution fit in with these changes that the cities in the Balkans are trying to make?
So it can fit in very easily and very good, to be honest. We have to use smart solutions. We have to use AI, which is the new hot topic, which is very useful for local municipalities. When I saw the guys from Podgorica presenting the solutions from earlier hackathon organized by RCC, I didn't know that they were the initiative. The so young group of people did the initial phase of that project, because now we as a local government are buying these recycled plastic benches and changing the old wooden one, which are, to be honest, more beautiful because wood is wood.
Yeah.
But these are much more resistant,
Yeah.
much more on long term period, much more efficient, especially in Podgorica where we have from 40 to 45 degrees during the summer, which is not so good for wood and for wooden benches. So now we are trying to implement that project. We changed the small amount of benches, and now we will put the recyclomats, so the small machines all over the city. Some of them will give points to the citizens, which will be the discount, for example, in some supermarkets and in some shops. And the other ones will give the food for pets, so which is very interesting in some capitals, also in the region and in some cities all over Europe. So when you put the plastic bottles in the recyclomat, it gives the food for pets, for the dogs and cats. So I think that we will encourage people more to recycle, to educate them in that way, because without the main goal, and the main goal is the primary selection of the garbage, we as a cities will go nowhere. So if we don't do the primary selections of the garbage, we cannot do anything, unfortunately, as the capital cities.
Well, let's give a hand of applause to the mayor of Tirana, Ariel Melia, as well. You know, he's just flown in to this event, so it's good to have you amongst us. I'd like to use the time as quick as I can, so I'd like to give you the opportunity to talk about why cities and what cities do are so important to the green agenda, why it starts from the cities and you lead the way.
Well, thank you. Usually it's me who says welcome, but this time I'm the late arrival from a city summit. But I want to thank Melinda and the RCC for the wonderful setup, because I think, like the rest of the world, 50% of the people already live in cities, and by 2050, 70% of the people live in cities. Even the people who don't live in cities actually come to the city for a job or for education. So I think we will move from the world as we know it today, the world of nation states, to the world of huge collection of cities. And even with the dramas that are going on right now, you know, everybody knows where Ashkelon is, and everybody knows where Gaza is, Gaza City. And everybody knows where Kiev and Kharkiv is, because nations are sort of the traditional territories and political spaces of the past. More and more the theater for either drama and tragedy, or for innovation and science, for technology, for the digital jobs of the future, is in the cities. And I think, you know, just to look at the transformation of this city, we started when we were kids, Blemley. This was a city of less than 200,000 people. Now the city has quintupled. You know, the fact that we have seen so many lives of the pyramid, and now we're sort of witnessing the rebirth, is just a beautiful metaphor of, you know, growing up during the dictatorship, seeing the chaotic casino capitalism of the 90s, the transition into the new economy. And we work with the Center for International Development out of Harvard, and they organize something that I would recommend every city. It's like a scanning of the city's economy. It's called the Atlas of Economic Complexity. 8 years ago, this city was only making shoes and shirts. So 25% was textile, the other 25% was leather and shoes. Fast forward in 8 years, this city is now 25% ICT. You could judge from the technology outfits. You know, Tumo is, of course, you know, one of the leading ones, but we have several schools, Holberton and Hoxton, and now, you know, the city has moved from 25% textile and shoes to 25% ICT and 25% tourism. When I became mayor, tourism was 1% of the city's economy. Now you can judge from the full plains, of course, because of the Albania-Czechia game, but also sort of this long summer of unbelievable tourism, that cities are changing also the face of the economy. So it's difficult to think of the digital jobs in a rural area, and difficult to think of tourists other than the busy season in villages. Most of the economic drive is in the cities. Now, is there ever enough? I'm sure there's room. I haven't met a mayor yet, from Buenos Aires to Tokyo, from Kigali to Toronto, who says, I have enough money. No mayor has enough money. But the question is, can you do more with less? And what we have found in Tirana, you can be the dumbest mayor, the most incompetent human being. But you know, it doesn't take rocket science to just plant trees. So this is something any mayor can do. And if you don't have the money, do like we did. You know, get kids to plant for their birthday, and no one wants to be the only kid in the class who hasn't planted a tree for the birthday. You don't have money to buy electrical buses? Well, it's fine. Let's just change the rules. What we did in Tirana is we changed the rules for taxi licenses. We didn't spend a penny. We don't subsidize taxis. But we said if you bring an electric car, you get licensed in 24 hours. Otherwise, you have to wait for a free medallion whenever your turn comes. So I think there's creative ways out there that the cities, even without spending a lot of money or without inundating themselves in loans, they can definitely do a lot of good. Now, one has to say that despite the complaints and you know, we always want more, we always want better, there's never enough, we are living the best of our times in this region, in this city, in this country for sure, but even in this region. You know, we don't fight anymore. If you look at what's happening in the world, neighbors matter. Neighbors are very important. You have one jerk in your apartment building, and if he's drilling a hole on Sunday morning, it completely upsets your mood. So even, but you know, like in your apartment block, you don't pick your neighbors. The neighbors are who they are. So might as well just get along with them. And I think we've come a long way. So I want to thank my lead and the RCC. I mean, a lot of this stuff a few years ago was impossible because we always had a fight to pick. Now we're always thinking what we can learn from each other. So let's also take stock that we're living in the best times. And this meeting is a precursor of another meeting, you know, the Berlin process in Tirana. We just opened the seat of the College of Europe in Tirana. You know, Enver Hoxha would be rolling in his grave. You remember the big marble statue. It took us, you know, a while to just get rid of the concrete that was the basement for that marble. So how a symbol of isolation and a city that was the Pyongyang of Europe, of the North Korea of Europe, is now in the epicenter of openness and dialogue and science and technology and digitalization. That means that if Tirana can change and Albania can change, any country can change, no matter the budget. So my encouragement is let's look at the bright side. We have come a long way, and I think the better days are yet to come. And since neighbors matters, I am delighted that my immediate neighbors are here, and I really hope that this increases our appetite to do a bit more. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'd like to pose one more question to you, since you made that rush from the airport to be here. And what would be one of the achievements of the city of Tirana in your tenure that you are most proud of and you would offer as something that these cities could also embrace and get done in wherever they are? And one thing that you still see laying ahead in the future that you'd like to achieve for Tirana as far as this green agenda goes?
Our biggest achievement, I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but our biggest achievement is only 10 centimeters from here to here. Because I think changing mentality is probably the most difficult piece of infrastructure you can change. We know how to do big stuff like this. I don't think there's a star architect that has not or is not working in Tirana. You know, Vini Mas, Rem Koolhaas, Oma, Bjarke Ingels, the theater, Stefano Boeri, Marco Casamonti, Mario Cucino, everybody's here. So we know how to do big squares, bazaars, castles, parks, but the 10 centimeters, the changing of mentalities, I think, our legacy, and I'm already speaking because now this is my last term, and I think this 10 centimeters, this infrastructure, enables young kids to recycle, to walk and run and bike rather than just, you know, see the car as a status symbol, to plant a tree, to have a solidarity network that was unseen. You know, we saw it during the pandemic and the earthquake. And look, you know, I think the last time I spoke with Belinda was when she was at Davos. And I think the key word that came out of there was the year of polycrisis. And you know, if you're still skeptical, just turn on TV. You know, with the new war in Israel, this definitely was the year of polycrisis. But you know, a lot of our years have been like this. I remember our first year, it didn't rain for 182 days. And all the experts said, you know, Mr. Mayor, don't worry, because, you know, once in 100 years, you have weather like this. And my second year, you remember, you know, Skanderbeg Square was flooded. It looked like San Marco in Venice. And it rained non-stop. And again, you know, the experts say, Mr. Mayor, don't worry, once in 100 years, we have a big biblical flood of these proportions. And then the third year it snowed. And you know our trolling friends who always say, Mr. Mayor, where's the snowplows? I said, I can't purchase snowplows for one snow in 100 years. And then, you know, we had the earthquake, which the last one, the big one, was 1905 in Schroeder. So literally once in 100 years. And then the pandemic, after the Spanish flu in 1918, again, literally after 100 years. So a lot of the stuff that our grandfathers and our grandparents were used to seeing once in 100 years, including a war in Europe, it's now happening not in a decade, but within a mayor's mandate. And I think in that regard, we will have to live with polycrisis. And I think the lesson that we learned in Tirana was how to turn every crisis into a major opportunity. I mean, you remember, you're a biker, you're a fellow biker. The largest number of safe, protected bike lanes was done during the pandemic. Why? Because all the naysayers and the hystericals were at home. So we said, you know, might as well, while the
well, no one's looking.
No one is looking, but this loud minority that sometimes impresses politicians is busy, you know, staying at home and watching Netflix. Might as well go with this beautiful bike lanes. And, you know, we said since some of our schools, our old schools, were destroyed by the earthquake, might as well do state-of-the-art schools. So that schools don't look like prisons. They look like places that you'd love to go and spend time. And then use the school space 24/7 with our community centers. So, you know, it's sport associations that take over. Last year we were the European Youth Capital. This year we were the European City of Sport. We are the finalists to become Mediterranean Capital of Culture for 2024. But all of these are alibis for the city to just really get cracking on organizing events and being out there. So, to conclude, I'm very proud of having changed the centimeters for a majority of the public. But I'm also very proud of the fact that we haven't done this in the conventional way. You know, as politicians, we are obsessed with focus groups and polls. What does the poll say for this decision? And, you know, sometimes you worry, do you only think about the next election or also about the next generation? Sure. Because the people that don't get polled and don't go to the polls are children. And the fact that we focus so much of our work in a council for children, daily meetings with children, seeing how children have taken over huge pieces of real estate like this one, shows that we have put our money where our mouth is. So not only the speeches, you know, you remember Skanderbeg Square. Everybody was against going pedestrian. But the kids went home after a car-free day and they said, we had so much fun. You know, the bike that you bought me 5 years ago that I couldn't use, I finally have a car-free day. And then we went permanent. So sometimes you have to change the frequency. You don't always talk to the same level and, you know, the politicians preach. You're always suspicious of a politician. You're not suspicious of your own child. So if the kid is planting trees, if the kid is riding a bike, if the kid is embracing change, then they become advocates of transformation, even though they don't pay taxes and they don't vote yet. So sometimes the advice is go beyond the typical loud minorities that not in my backyard. You know, by the way, it's nobody's backyard. It's our backyard. And if everybody says don't build here, don't touch this, don't touch that, then no change will happen. So sometimes you have to realize you're not running for Miss Albania or Miss Macedonia or Miss Kosovo. No, this is not a beauty competition. You don't have to be liked by everyone. You have to serve everyone, but not be obsessed about being liked by everyone. And I think that's a few lessons from our experiments in Tirana.
Good. Well, I'd like to thank you and conclude with that. I'd like to thank the Mayor of Pristina, Mr. Perparim Rama, Mrs. Daniela Arsovska, Mayor of Skopje, Mr. Luka Rakcevic, Deputy Mayor of Podgorica, Mr. Samir Avdic, Deputy Mayor of Sarajevo, and our Mayor here in Tirana, Erion Velia. Thank you very much. So this is lunchtime right now, and then we'll...
Thank you.
Yes, but let's do this family photo. I called for you before, but let's do it now. Right outside at the poster.
7.
Intervene. Pa ne znam. Good afternoon. My name is Ivana Marković-Bošković. I work as a senior expert on Green Agenda for Western Balkans in the Regional Cooperation Council. Welcome to our last session within today's local self-governance platform. I know that you are maybe a little bit tired, but I hope that our discussion will be inspirational for you and that you will take some main conclusions about the international support and donors' support towards the smart, green, and innovative transformation of our cities. Before introducing the panelists today, I just want to highlight what has been discussed during this morning and to take some main key messages for myself and hopefully for you. We heard today from our dear panelists and speakers about the importance that cities play in the implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans and the EU environmental acquis. We know that Chapter 27 on the environment is one of the most challenging to implement, and we heard the data that 70% of requirements from the EU acquis has to be implemented at the local level, as well as the two-thirds of the mitigation measures needs to be also implemented and carried out by local self-governments. It is understandable that majority of the work needs to be handled by local level. We heard from the mayors and deputy mayors what are the main challenges for them on their path towards the implementation of very extensive and demanding requirements to make the transformation of their cities to urban, green, and innovative cities. We heard and we saw the solutions offered within our Balkathon context from youth, how they see the future of the cities, what their digital solutions can bring. And we are coming with our panelists to speak about the perspective of the international community towards greening and making our cities more climate resilient, urban, transformative, to meet all the environmental challenges that further developments of the city is imposing to us. So let me kindly open the discussion with our first speaker, who is Christian Metke, head of the program in the Sustainable Urban Transport in the GIZ, to share with us their views, their projects in making our cities more sustainable. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you to, first of all, thank you to the organizers of this event for inviting us here to speak about, thank you again for organizing this event. I'm very happy to be here. Also thank you to the participants who stayed after lunch to listen to us. We appreciate it as well. Before I start talking about GIZ, German Development Corporation, our work with the city of Tirana on urban mobility, I also want to acknowledge the work that KfW is doing and preparing an investment that can be and will be very transformative for the city of Tirana, which is an investment in a bus rapid transit system run by electric buses in the future. That will really have a transformative character for the whole city and how public transport is not only organized, but also how people perceive public transport in the capital of Albania. We heard a lot about big plans from the politicians earlier, about big achievements. I want to talk about small things. My title of the presentation is Transformation Through Digital Marginal Gains. And in the first part, I want to quickly explain what I mean with this and then give you some examples how this worked out here in our collaboration with the city of Tirana. I have 10 minutes. I promise to stay in my 10 minutes. So today, data is really redefining our life in any sphere and also in our work, how we collaborate with our partners, how cities, governments work. And we all want to have some form of sustainable impact. But the big question mark is, how do we get from data that everyone nowadays collects and gets to sustainable impact? In our collaboration, we think that three main ingredients are very important. The people we work with, how we transform data into actionable information, and how do we embed it, those two things, elements, into processes and management processes within municipalities. Where does this come from? I'm not showing this slide because I'm a big fan of Bayern Munich, but I want to make the case for marginal gains. Having played tennis myself, I know how important routines are. If you would give us a contract of players from Bayern Munich, we wouldn't perform like Bayern Munich, just because we're being paid and being told what to do. It's the small routines and, of course, the talent and the resources and the commitment and the consistency that leads to high performance in an organization like Transport for London, in football clubs, but also in individuals. If you look at the three tennis players that you all know, they have worked for decades to improve their performance or to keep their high performance on routines, changing the way how they eat, the way they train, how they sleep, when they are playing, what kind of material they are using, who they are competing against. And it's quite similar in most organizations. When you want to achieve high performance, to achieve political ambition or targets, you have to create high performance organizations. And you are not simply achieving this by creating a study, presenting it, and then agreeing on it, and then going home. You have to change the routines in the municipalities or in organizations. And that's what we're trying to do here with the municipality of Tirana. So in other words, we are today there, and in the future, through multiple marginal gains or routine changes in the municipality and in our field and mobility, we want to come to a higher performance and a better outcome. So I talked about data. I'm not going into the details of this graph. I just wanted to show you it becomes quite complex quite quickly if you talk about mobility data. but we do have a plan, and every data that we collect or look at has a planned outcome. What do we want to achieve? It's embedded in a political strategy or target. And we are here to help the municipality to bridge that gap between data that often is not yet transformed into information that people understand, to a political ambition to be, we heard the ambition of the mayor of Tirana, what he wants to be or what the city wants or shall be in the future. One other principle that also in my home country in Germany is not always done, I would say perfectly, is ask your citizens. People love to complain, not only in the Balkans, but also in my hometown Berlin, and people give you their opinions. If you ask them, they will complain. They will tell you what's wrong. And we do this exactly here as well on public transport, for example. So on the left top, you see the satisfaction with public transport in Tirana, and we keep asking them now, 3,000, 4,000 people every 3 months, what they think about public transport. And we see there's consistency in the data. There are certain sentiments that people are just unhappy with. So we go back then to the politicians later and tell them, look, people are unhappy with this. You're a politician. You should be interested. Let's work on this. But we also talk with kids. We heard the mayor how important kids are in his political agenda. We go to, and ask kids, how get kids to school? Because there's a lot of impressions when you see cars stuck in traffic jam in front of schools, that everyone comes by car, but that's simply not the case in Tirana, and we have the data to back it up. We also did studies on shopping streets, because there's a big controversy about taking away parking from shopping streets. We found out 87% of customers don't come by car to the shops. That alone already changes the political conversation about this topic, and there's more data on public transport, on cycling as well. So we collect data and then we transform it into small snippets, let's say, of data analysis, what we call memos. A mayor normally doesn't have the time, often also not the technical staff has time to read 300 pages of technical study that I love to read as a transport nerd, but they don't, so we transform our data analysis in small memos. And then we have a meeting and prioritize actions. And then we come back. And we use this for public transport, for walking and cycling. One example here is the bus network recovery after COVID. We use data to help the bus service here in Tirana to not, let's say, fall apart, but also to grow back to the status quo that we had before COVID in terms of the service provided, but also the ridership. And there was simply no data collection on this at all. So there was a system run blindly, and that's often not a good idea. So we made it visible, we made suggestions how you can change that, and consistently, every month, we sit with our partners, look at this data, and take decisions. But we also make data available. We want to make data available or turn this information then into something citizens can benefit from. For the first time, the city of Tirana has now a proper, maybe not for the first time, but now, after a long time, there's a proper bus map that is yet to be installed in all the bus shelters. Supposed to happen last month, but it will happen hopefully before the end of the year. And we also created an open data feed for Google Maps, so that for the first time when you come back in December, you can navigate on Google Maps through public transport. Never has happened before here in Tirana. For the first time, people will see, oh, it takes much shorter if I go with public transport, or it takes way too long to go there. I can almost walk. Why is this? So making data useful and visible is really helpful. Another way I said, listen to your customers. So we encourage our partners to open up customer feedback portals, so to receive customer feedback or citizen feedback constantly. This is going to be launched also next month. I wish we had our event next month, because then everything had been launched already. I told you about the data from the school street surveys. With the city together and with a local NGO, we started to transform spaces around schools, because we learned that most kids walk or being brought by caretakers, by parents, by grandparents to school. And in the first row, the upper row, you see the before situation, and then and on the bottom, you see the after situation. That is actually, this happened in Tirana. So we have the school street program now in Tirana, where we transform the space around schools to make it more enjoyable, more safe, Not only kids love it, the people who pick up the kids love it, everyone in the neighborhood love it. My colleagues who have nothing to do with transport at GIZ come to me and say, this is great, this is now in my neighborhood. I enjoy just sitting there. It's very low investment, low barrier that every city can do. Another example is we started with pop-up cycling schools because we learned of all the cyclists that we can count, from some surveys, 80% are male. So there is a gender bias here in Tirana at least. And we also asked why. One is safety, integration, so women feel less safe on the cycle routes in Tirana than men. But there are some other biases. So with the mayor, with deputy mayors, we decided to do cycling, pop-up cycling schools, and then build the first permanent cycling school in the park, where now kids can obtain a certificate, a cycling certificate after passing cycling exams. So they come there with schools or with groups. And now it's so successful and there's such a demand that now the city even decided to build a second cycling school within 1 year next to the national stadium. So in prime location in the capital of Albania, you will have a cycling school, very visible, very accessible to all the citizens to come and learn cycling with their kids. And this all started with some small data collection with a first pop-up cycling. And this kind of action produced momentum for a topic. And this is what I mean with small steps. So we didn't plan for the big cycling school next to the national stadium. We started with a small action, built momentum, backed it up with data, convinced the city to invest more. And I think that's very, very helpful. So to summarize, and I hope I'm within my 10 minutes, when you're looking at data, important is to tame complexity, and especially also in processes. So start with small things, create actions or implement little things, learn from it, create information and create momentum. At the same time, in our project, in our collaboration, we have this data by default approach. So before we start and tell our partners what they should do, because we think it's right, we understand the context, we collect data, and from this, we establish some changes that we suggest to do. And then if you fail, which also happens, we implement a lot of demonstration projects and some just don't fly, fail fast. So don't hang to or stay with one. If you see there's no momentum, no partners interested, it doesn't really work. Learn why this is happening. And this again, action produce information. That's my favorite sentence that I mentioned to our partners. And then routines create higher performance. Again, looking inside the municipality, how they work. We have to talk and work on routines every single day, basically, with our partners. So that's the way how they work, how they look at data, how they look at management processes, changes. And this is a big learning process for us as a team as well, because we didn't know how they worked before, how it should be. So we have an ideal situation where we think it should be, but of course, this is not the best solution for this context here. And then try, learn, adapt. I mean, this is maybe a little generic, but of course, after every success and failure, you need to reevaluate and be transparent about this. With this, I want to thank you for your attention and hand over to the next one. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing the discussion about small things, as you said, but I think that if we start with small things, we have bigger impact to deliver, because everything starts with a small. Sometimes we think that it's small, but it's not. It's spread to bigger goals and to bigger aims. And thank you for drawing the importance about engaging local community through data. So you just simply do not collect data, but you analyze them and you make the local municipal levels responsive to the needs of the community. Otherwise, why there is a need to collect data, but to react. Thank you for spreading these messages and enriching our discussion today. Let me move to another speaker, Mr. Ivan Shad, the first secretary from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, who will share with us some examples of the green and urban transformational cities across Germany. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ivana. And thank you again very much for making the microphone work and for the invitation to come here. And also, I want to give one big congratulation to the Regional Cooperation Council and NALAS in this not very easy time and quite packed time to have made it possible, and that you started this very important supporting mechanism that was already foreseen in the Green Agenda Action Plan. So very good this was made possible. Today I represent, you hear there is a second person with a German accent in his English. So I represent a German development cooperation also. I'm the head of development cooperation for the bilateral contacts with Albania. And in this function, I overlook the portfolio of technical cooperation as well as financial cooperation. I think it's not so important where I come from and what my position is and what I overlook, but I just wanted to say this because Germany has a very long-standing tradition in the Western Balkans. So we draw on an experience of more than 20 years in the urban development, in the green, sustainable urban development sector. So this is something I wanted to highlight. More than 2 years ago, we got a social, liberal, green government. And since a long time, with a green writing in our government, so to speak, and in the Ministry of Development Cooperation, people were sitting together and they were putting new focus and new emphasis on what to do with a rather big budget in development cooperation. We speak about a yearly sum, an annual sum of 9 to 10 billion euro. And the Ministry of Development Cooperation identified four major fields of emphasis, and one is called climate and energy just transition. The entire staff, 1,200 people, including me myself, are very irritated of how this should be transformed into practice. But this idea, this vision behind to make development a good energy and climate, a balanced development between the ecological dimension and the economic, the development, the impact on people dimension, was a very, very good one. So, just to give you a rough number, only in financial cooperation, we have a running portfolio exercised, implemented through KfW of more than 3 billion euro in the Western Balkans, exactly speaking 3.2 billion euro in the Western Balkans. And when we look at what exactly is done with this money, we end up at roughly 1/3 of the money in urban sustainable development and environmental projects. Also with our technical cooperation through the GIZ, you all know the big name of GIZ. We do so much in the area of multi-level reform, capacity development, also regional cooperation. Together with our partners in the Western Balkans, we developed the idea of a regional climate partnership, which was announced during last year's Berlin Process Summit in 2022. You all know this story. And in June this year in Tirana, climate thought leaders came together from the region and tried to get a more concrete idea how to put this partnership into practice and how this new stage of dialogue, giving birth to new ideas, but also find additional finance and make projects better and to mobilize new money, how this could be made more more concrete. It will be more formalized next Monday for the summit, we hope, with the joint declaration of intent. But going back to the climate leaders dialogue on the 7th of June, there were quite some aspects and messages mentioned which are of particular importance for this, to this forum here. And I read it out. So participants, and I do not speak about participants of only civil society, but also of state leaders and government representatives, agreed that it needs to involve local level to really get the green transformation done. We can speak in highly abstract terms on regional and national policy levels, but where the action has to take place is on local, is on municipality level. Doesn't come as a surprise that it was also concluded that we need better and more access to finance and access to technical support, capacity building on local level. It needs to strengthen technical capacity, and also most importantly, there is a key role for civil society. Christian already mentioned it, that also in our country, in Germany, things are not always going so well. You've heard the stories about the train station in Stuttgart. We've had other experience of lacking participation, but one should not see participation and civil society engagement as a procedural thing, but rather as an element to get new impulses, create additional ideas, and afterwards, when you want to implement measures, it's really carried by a large and colorful variety of people to make it a reality then. In our projects, we try to mirror our goal of a livable, sustainable, resilient, climate and biodiversity friendly urban development. And it's particularly important to also say biodiversity friendly, since this idea received quite some support from the new framework on global biodiversity from Montreal last year, but also to support and to encourage municipalities in the region to push forward this strategical masterminding, strategical formulation of ideas of how to make your cities more biodiversity friendly. I say this looking at this beautiful surrounding of a rather green city with a green space and a blue space right on our left. So, moderator, you still give me some 4 minutes, do you?
Yes, if you need.
I'm well in time so far. So I don't want to stop my statement with having given you also some more concrete statements, since that was the idea you gave us for preparing for this. So in our BMZ finance projects, we concentrate mainly, when we talk about urban sustainable development, on 5 different key sectors. One was already given very good shape by Christian now, urban mobility. A second key sector is solid waste management, supporting recycling, circular economy, collection. And we should not forget, and this is also something from our experience, that waste is a big thing, yes, but that it also generates quite some side effect. When you look at the impressive tourist numbers you not only get in Albania, but in the entire region, and the tourist comes here, and what he takes home is that it's a country with lots of sun, with good food, with fabulous people, but also with lots of waste, solid waste laying around. So one should also see not only the economic dimension of it, but also the economic dimension of it. Water supply and sanitation systems is also something we very much engage in, and construction, use of building, operation. I can give you one very concrete example of our engagement in district heating in Serbia. We cooperate via KfW with 20 municipalities in which we've improved district heating for more than 250,000 people. Now we also have a project on biomass boilers, which sounds a bit freaky, I have to admit, but you should see the impact. It is visible, it is feelable. You get a better quality of air, less pollution. I also would like to put a bit a finger in a wound when I speak about project implementation. We as donors are well aware that there is lots of expectations from our side to contribute with more targeted loans, with more targeted grants, capacity building, technical support. We take this very serious. We've heard this message. Our financial engagement is there and will be there, and will under this umbrella of the Regional Climate Partnership potentially also improve in the future. But there is also a certain expectation and duty when we look at the municipality level. So projects can only be successful when there is sufficient capacity and sufficient engagement. Here, when I look at our engagement in the water supply, sewage sector, we have very good examples what we did in Korça, in Girocastra, in Berat, in Pocratec, in Fier. But this follows a sort of a selection process and to see where we have engaged communities that really have a vision and that are also willing to contribute with a sufficient capacity. So I would like to encourage really to also offer sufficient engagement and to go beyond what is usually said and the topics which are usually treated, but be visionary. Use this dialogue platform, Regional Climate Partnership, to also come up with new visions, new ideas, new impulses for putting things into practice. And we are there, sitting together openly, find solutions together, and also then go into implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the support that the German government is investing in the implementation of the green agenda on the Western Balkans. And with the upcoming climate partnership, I assume that you will provide more details on the modality of this cooperation and upcoming projects that are focusing on improving the environmental conditions in the Western Balkan region. I would like to invite Mr. Peter Vajda, a senior environmental expert from the Energy Community Secretariat, to join us in the discussion and share views and the projects of the energy community in the Western Balkan region.
Thank you. Am I on? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ivana, and thanks a lot to RCC and NALAS for inviting us to this very important event in the run-up for the summit next week. I think here on the podium we are just getting a very nice reminder about solar power, actually, and how what is the potential that one can get, not just from the energy sector, but also at a very personal level. Well, this is what they teach you always, that you have to pull a joke to get the audience with you. So the sun helped me with that. So I just want to come back to the declaration, to the Sofia Declaration, and then the last year Berlin Process Kickoff Declaration on Energy Security and Green Transition in the Western Balkans that actually have a lot of different points and actions related to those points, but I just want to highlight the three that are environment related. In the first one, the declaration recalls, or the Western Balkan 6 parties recall their commitment to the implementation of the Large Combustion Plants Directive, something that is under the Energy Community legal framework, something that is very challenging and something where significant implementation gaps and delays were experienced, of course very much also related to the COVID and then the resulting energy crisis. The second one is the reaffirmation of the commitment to comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, in particular related to hydropower projects. This is also something that we have seen in the region for many years. In the Energy Community Complaint and Dispute Settlement Scheme, we have a number of open cases that are addressing hydropower projects in the region. Of course, hydropower being a very important renewable resource, but if they are not done properly, especially for the small hydropower projects, then they can do really a lot of harm to environment and natural habitats. So this is also something where the potential is definitely there, but needs to be used smartly. And the third one, which I would like to especially highlight on, because that's where we are going into the municipal level, so that is the most topical for our today's discussion, is where the declaration asked municipalities to actively engage with the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, something that then Dubravka will later address on, and the Clean Air Regions Initiative under the Energy Community. I am absolutely mindful that this initiative has a very bad connotation in the Albanian language, so I will not use the acronym of it. So I will just always say Clean Air Regions Initiative, although we are as keen on using acronyms as the head of the EU delegation said this morning earlier. The Energy Community Secretariat was also tasked to prepare a report on the follow-up of the commitments taken under the Berlin Process Declaration. This will be published next week along with the summit. So we are already finalizing the last steps on that report. And the three elements that I mentioned before, so the large combustion plants, the environmental assessments, and the Clean Air Regions Initiative plus Covenant of Mayors, they are under the depollution element. The report will have 7 groups of actions ranging from decarbonization to CBAM fitness, so the carbon border adjustment mechanism fitness, and it will also have one focus chapter which is on the better environment dimension, and that's where we will reflect on these 3 actions that I mentioned. And I will spare a few words on this Clean Air Regions initiative, because that is really what goes, let's say, beyond the regular mandate of the Energy Community Secretariat. Many of us know already very well our activities, so we are serving as the Secretariat an international treaty. So usually we act with state-level partners who are actually the responsibles for making sure that the treaty's commitments are transposed and implemented. But with the Clean Air Regions Initiative, which was actually launched upon the initiative of ambitious municipalities. In the beginning they were 9, now more have joined. By now we are 13 from all across the Western Balkans, except for Kosovo. For the time being we don't have any municipality joining the initiative from Kosovo, but hopefully this will also change in the future. So the mayors declared their willingness to do more in the field of air quality. And in the first phase of the initiative, we were focusing on supporting them with technical assistance and information exchange for better preparation of their air quality plans. So how would they be able and in the position to put up their air quality plans? We all know, and also as previous speakers said, there is no shortage of ideas. And then, of course, when these ideas would then need to be turned into concrete action and projects, that's where usually the question marks start. So this is why it was very encouraging to hear also this morning, and also from our previous speaker, the commitment of other countries and donors that significant investments would go also in this way. I was particularly encouraged to hear the replacement action of these wooden stoves, which is a very concrete action, and as you said, it's seeable from the smoke, smellable from the pollution. And we have just launched the second phase of the initiative this summer, and there the objective is that also this is then going more into the development of projects, preparation for suitable international financing. We are also looking forward to welcoming more municipalities joining. The last municipality, Pirot from Serbia, has just joined last month. So this is also an evolving process. And we are looking forward to working together more with the municipalities on the development of projects, and also with all other international partners to support them in addressing the air pollution challenge, because air pollution, as we all know, is still very, very relevant for the region. Somehow in the last years with the COVID and with the energy crisis, it was a bit put behind in the importance agenda, which doesn't mean that the problems related have been solved. It just means that there is perhaps slightly less attention, with the focus shifting more on energy security. And as we have also heard this morning, both from the mayor of Tirana, and we have heard also now on the example of the urban mobility in Tirana, very often we can just think small, and then small actions in the end can bring big results. So what I would like to end on is an inspiration that I drew from this morning from the EU ambassador,
and that is we should turn pollution into solution. So thank you very much once again, and
thank you very much. Thank you for finishing your presentation with such a remarkable and memorable saying. And thank you for highlighting the need of involving the municipal level at your projects, because we know and we heard this morning how important it is to implement energy efficiency projects at the local level. And actually energy and transport are pressing issues for the local municipalities to deal with, and they are very costly. So any support from the international community in this respect is really welcome. Let me continue with our next speaker, because this one will make our presentations going faster, I think. I would like to invite Ms. Anna-Karin Lindberg, Project Manager from the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, and colleague Mr. Antonio Jovanovski, Regional Coordinator for the Improving Air Quality in the Western Balkans from the UNICEF, will step in when you will be delivering your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation?
Yes.
Or should I click? Oh, thank you. So thank you for inviting us. We are really happy that finally we're talking about local governments in the Green Agenda. I represent a government agency, but our key message is that national level and local level needs to talk more. That's the basic message. And I'll pick up a little bit where you left off, Christian. Perhaps not about doing small things, but about doing more with what we have, and doing more with the data we have, and also doing things although capacity is low. So we at the Swedish Environment Protection Agency, we support both national and local governments in the region in meeting the requirements in the EU accession process in the field of environment. But today we'll talk about air quality and this partnership that we have together with UNICEF and also the Swedish Hydromet Institution. They are not here today. This is a regional cooperation financed by Sweden, and it aims to basically increase the cooperation in the region on air quality management, enhance the discussion, share experiences, and also to bring in and enhance the role of youth in air quality management as actors. And the basis for this work is really the requirements that are represented in the Air Quality Directive, in the Green Agenda, and in the Aarhus Convention. And you can see them there on the screen. I will not go through them, but they are really comprehensive. I mean, we talk about these requirements all the time, but when one reads them, we can also see that they are, they're quite impressive for any country to live up to. And of course, the purpose of these requirements, we have to remember, they are to avoid, prevent, and reduce the effects of air pollution. So it's not just some administrative requirements that we should live up to. It's really important. So overall, we know that the legislation for this is in place in the region. The main challenge is the implementation. And as was also said in this morning many times, implementation rests a lot with local governments. So together with NALAS, we have done a study in the region of the role of local governments in air quality management. And you can see just a summary here on the screen. And what you can see there is that the role that local governments play in air quality management varies a lot, from having a consultative role to reporting and doing measurements and drafting air quality plans. So it really varies a lot. And what we also know is that local self-governments, really no matter what their legal obligation is, always face from the citizens a huge expectation to act and to provide information to the citizens. So I think trustworthy and accessible information and having the ambition to make citizens and youth and children especially taking care of the driving forces that lie with them is really a major undertaking for municipalities to make things happen in the air quality sector. And here I would like to give the floor to Antonio from UNICEF, who has worked on the child and youth perspective of air quality management. Antonio? No, it's not on.
I would not do that. Stay in the shape. Yeah, we can try.
Is everything fine with microphone? If you can turn it on?
Should you take this?
If we can have a technical support on the microphone making it work. Yeah, they are starting the preparations for the football match tonight, so everything is super exciting outside. It started already, so yes, nothing is going in the favor of this discussion, but hope we will.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
This turned out to be more. Okay. Well, I'm Anna Karina's +1. We are partners professionally. Just to start off on a... Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes.
Great,
Perfect.
wonderful. Okay, so as Anna Karin said, I'm Antonio. I represent UNICEF regional office. So UNICEF Europe and Central Asia is putting a lot of focus on environmental issues, climate, and definitely air pollution. Because the environmental crisis and air pollution is definitely a child's issue. If you remember, Matthew said in the beginning, in the morning, that there is a lawsuit against the government because not fulfilling ambitiously enough the climate targets, and if the right to human health, to health environment is being recognized, it might change the picture. Well, news from UN is that in September, the UN Human Rights Council recognized the child's right to a healthy environment as a human right. So this is also where UNICEF is taking a moral responsibility to protect children from the hazards that especially are prone to air pollution. Children and, as you would know, pregnant women, infants, babies are uniquely vulnerable to air pollution because not as they breathe as twice as fast than us, so they take in more pollutants, but also their organs and their brain are still developing. So there's scientific evidence that the pollution is affecting the most, and they are the most vulnerable to air pollution. So that is the why UNICEF is implementing this joint program and partnership in the Western Balkans together with the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. So we are focused in the 6 territories, and this program from UNICEF side is first, of course, coming from the evidence and building on the unique vulnerability is coming from the health impacts and health data of how many children and babies were submitted in hospitals due to respiratory diseases, and these are historical data that we can gather. So even though the air quality data monitoring stations maybe somewhere are not properly working or they're no existence. Again, the impact of air pollution in rural communities or in urban areas, we can get it from the Institutes for Public Health due to the numbers of babies and children that are received in respiratory and pulmonary diseases and other diseases that are scientifically related to due to air pollution. Besides the health impacts that are very important to UNICEF, we are focused on engaging children and youth and making them part of the environmental and air pollution policies. So far in 1 year since the project started in September 2022, we have engaged more than 1,300 young people from 95 municipalities in the 6 territories. So they have been engaged through local youth councils and advocating for municipalities to have air quality plans to implement, but also with the child and youth sensitive lenses. On the local youth councils, I just want to say, as perhaps a voice of youth, that I attended the youth forum in the Western Balkans summit that also took place in Tirana and was closed in this event. That was last Friday and Saturday. And one of the demands of youth from the region were to strengthen the local youth councils and establish a green seat in the local youth council. So a young person that can talk on environmental issues as the colleague from the German Development Agency said, look at the meaningful participation not as a procedural process, but really involve youth in the development of air quality plans. And then if you really meaningfully engage them, it will be an ally in the support of the measures that we get. So strengthening the local youth councils, which are municipality responsibility, is an important way to make a channel that will be for children and young people to raise their voice and propose measures. The second thing is the education. We work systemically with the Ministry of Education and curricula improvement, the teachers' trainings, and focus on the kindergartens and schools. And lastly, I'm going to finish with the child and youth sensitivity assessment that me and Sarah, a colleague from Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, we are doing. So at the current municipal air quality plans, the existing documents, we put criteria and indicators to see if they're enough child and youth sensitive, which would mean, let's see where children spend the most of their time, in households, in hospitals, in schools, in kindergartens, and if the measures and commitments are child and youth sensitive. So this report will be issued in November, and it's a guidance for mayors, authorities, and governments of how to make their air quality plans more child sensitive, because those are the most vulnerable to air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry, one.
I will.
I had one final slide there that I really wanted to show, because those were the measures. Yeah, great. So, oh, fireworks.
Yes. I will just use the momentum to invite the panelists that finalize their presentations, if they do not feel comfortable sitting on the sandals, to return to the public, and we can ask you questions if there is a need from the public to just not to.
Yes, so I'll be really, no, sorry. Sorry, could we still show the slide?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be really brief on this, but you already heard. I mean, this was about finding solutions and trying to make more, although there is limited capacity at local level. We know there are skilled and very committed staff at local level, but still, how can we then contribute to make life easier for those persons working with air quality? So you heard about the first one already. The second one is about a data portal for air quality data. And this is really something that the Swedish Hydromet has developed. And this is a portal that facilitates visualization and access to already existing air quality data. In many cases in the region, this data is not publicly accessible. And with this rather simple tool, you can integrate this in the websites of the national institutions and make this data available to the public, to journalists, to municipalities, researchers. So that's really important, and it's also part of the Aarhus Convention. Then we have this emission inventory toolkit, and this is also a very important tool because it's developed to increase the processing, the capacity to process data at the local level. You need to know better your emissions in order to design your action plans. And this tool helps you with this, to merge data that is already out there and to make use of it. And it also helps when modeling for these air quality plans, and this is likely to be a requirement in the new revised air quality directive for municipalities. Final tool is a catalog of measures, which is basically a practical guide for municipalities on how to choose what measures to implement in the air quality plans. It will include a simple cost-benefit analysis and kind of displaying the different types of measures you can take depending on the problems you have. All these tools are being developed currently. They are open source, free of access. Anyone can download, use. We are now in the phase 1, developing this together with municipalities from North Macedonia and Montenegro. But we're moving into a second phase where we will scale this up and provide capacity support to all economies of the region, and for those who are interested to get support on implementing and using these tools. And finally, I'd just like to say that we've talked about cooperation on many different angles here, and what we also do is that we have network meetings in the region on these topics, and they aim to bring together representatives from national level and local level, youth as well, to discuss these matters, share experiences. There are lots of good experiences in the region, and to bring in experiences from EU member states, for example, Sweden, and you see on the screen the air guide that we have in Sweden towards municipalities. So that's what we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation and for integrating actually child's perspective into the development of the air quality and their management plans at the local level. The health assessment, the assessment of the impacts on the health of the pollution is very important, and I believe at the initial stages in the Western Balkan region, but this is one important aspect that needs to be taken into consideration when implementing the air quality strategies at the local level. This is for sure something that other Western Balkan economies can benefit from your project, and I look forward seeing the second phase of the project being implemented, and we will certainly follow up with you. Thank you so much. I would like to invite now Dubravka Bošnjak, Regional Project Manager, EU for Energy Transition Project on Covenant of Mayors in the Western Balkans and Turkey project, to present the main goals, desired results of the project. Dubravka, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ivana. Thank you, RCC and NALAS, for inviting me. And I would like to say big thanks to the audience for staying so long. And we know it is not always easy to stay until end of the day. Yes, I will use my next few minutes to say a few words about the project we implement. But I have to say, you have heard already about some experiences from the GIZ side. I'm here to represent GIZ Open Regional Fund for Southeast Europe, Energy, Transport and Climate Protection. As the name says, we are working in all 6 Western Balkan countries, and in this project we work also in Turkey. And we work in these 3 thematic areas through implementation of different projects. This project I'm presenting now is just one of many projects we implemented in the last almost 10 years or a bit longer. And it is focusing on the Covenant of Mayors in the Western Balkans and Turkey. Oh, what I did? Okay. Yes, I will say a few words about the project, and I would like also until end of my presentation that you will have some new terms and take it away with you, like a SECAP, like a MLG, multi-level governance, and I will say why. I really every time have some difficulties with this. Which? No. Up, down? No? Other direction. Okay. Now it works. The project is co-funded by the European Union and the German government, and it started in 2021. And the project will last until mid of 25. It is a nice period of time where we would like to work with our partners on supporting them in energy transition and especially in the implementing actions related to a climate change. As every European project, we have this general objective, but now we are focusing mainly on the Covenant of Mayors. And why? When talking about the Covenant of Mayors, I guess that many of you already have some idea about the Covenant of Mayors and all the actions that are connected to this. But I would like to stress that this is the most growing initiative in the world, which started some 10 years ago with a few very ambitious mayors from Europe. And the initiative grew, and all the cities that have joined or are planning to join to this initiative are in a position to make their plans until 2050, but the first step is until 2030, to think about the energy transition, to think about the most important issues related to this. The Covenant of Mayors initiative is at the moment mainly focusing in supporting cities in reduction of the greenhouse gases emissions, then strengthening resilience and activating energy poverty. In previous phases, the focus was only on the reduction of the emissions, increasing energy efficiency and increasing usage of renewable energies. What I would like to accent here is that we are usually counting number of cities that are members of this initiative. In the whole world, we are now counting with a number of more than 11,000 of cities. And you can see here also how many cities from our region are members of the Covenant of Mayors initiative. But more important for me, and I think also I will go to next slide, sorry. I don't know why I always have some difficulties with this. Okay. It goes down? Yes. Okay, I want to say that all cities that are members of the Covenant of Mayors are obliged, so the initiative is a voluntary, but once the cities join, they are obliged to produce their first sustainable energy and climate action plan. This is a serious document, and we don't want to present this as a document, we want to present this as a process. Firstly, cities need to make some assessment where they are standing, to make some baseline emission inventory, risk assessment, and then to decide in which direction the city would like to go to set the targets, and then to define all the instruments how to go in direction of achieving the targets. And I was looking for this slide. When talking about the number of cities, I would like to accent that we need to think about the number of inhabitants that are included or that are living in these cities. If we say only, let's say, 60 cities from Bosnia are members of the Covenant of Mayors, but if we count how many inhabitants are covered with or living in these cities, then we come to the very impressive number that more than 80% of inhabitants of Bosnia and Herzegovina are in this or that way affected with the actions that are undertaken with this action plan. So it means that when talking about such plans like a SECAP or any other plans, I always recommend to our mayors, to our partners, to think how this will influence living conditions of their inhabitants. And in this chart you can see, even in a country like Montenegro, if you say only 2 cities are members, oh, it's not a big number. But if you say it's a Podgorica, and then you know how many citizens are living in Podgorica, then it is almost half of an inhabitants of Montenegro. So, my message would be, okay, always when thinking about some strategic planning documents, think about number of inhabitants, not about number of cities. When presenting the project, we always expect to have some nice charts with some boxes, very simple. Okay, you have action 1, 2, 3, you go in this direction. But in reality, it looks like this. It is always interfering between different activities, different targets within the project. And in our project, we have, I will say, 6 intervention areas. The first one is focusing on a new approach, rather new in Europe, which is a multi-level governance. This new approach should support ensuring a mechanism of better coordination between the local level and the national level in the first line. But on one slide later, I will show you how many levels we have between national and the local level. We have heard today from a national perspective, okay, we need to include more prominently local level, but between there is a lot of levels. The second component is focusing on the regional cooperation. Under regional cooperation, we understand also different types of cooperation between countries in this region, then between this region of Western Balkans and Turkey, then between our region and European region or Eastern Europe. So under the regional cooperation, we cover a lot of activities that are empowering our partners and in particular cities and municipalities to take part in such activities. For example, last week there was a Marmara Urban Forum and several mayors from Western Balkans had a chance to participate in a panel session and to share their experiences with a big audience. Third, fourth, and fifth components are, I would say, more technical components. We are providing a direct support to cities and municipalities that would like to develop their first SECAP. In the same time, we are supporting them in some pilot measures for the implementation of a SECAP, and we are going to work with them on strengthening their capacities for monitoring and reporting, because we realized together with our partners from European Covenant to Mayor's Office and the Global Covenant to Mayor's Office that this monitoring and reporting is a very big point, and their capacity building is strong needed. Also, what we have realized that after growing this initiative, there was a EU Covenant to Mayor's Office in Brussels, still existing, but after 10 years we have a global Covenant to Mayor's Office, we have a Covenant to Mayor's Office in Canada, in Japan, in Eastern Europe, but we are missing an office here in our region. Knowing how many cities we are talking about, around 150 cities, and we hope that more cities will join to this initiative. We were in negotiation with the European Commission to try to establish Covenant to Mayor's Office here in the region. At the moment, we are working together with the NALAS. We would like to have a NALAS as a focal point for this region and to be this particular office in the future. We are working on the creation of a plan how, in the best way, such an office, we call it at the moment help desk, but we hope in the future it will be an office, serious office, how this office or this help desk can support our cities in their intention to achieve targets. Also, where we are standing now, we are working at the moment with around 30 cities and municipalities. I would like to accent that the importance of a SECAP is in the fact that methodology for the development of a SECAP is the same for all cities. It doesn't matter if it is a big city or a small city from Europe or any other region. To compare, we are supporting Elbasan from Albania in developing their first SECAP, but we are on the same time supporting city of Skopje and supporting city of Istanbul. The methodology is the same. The size is of course not the same, but the methodology is the same. Why? Because this instrument, the SECAP is recognized as a good instrument, and RCC, that the SECAP or Covenant of Mayors Initiative are important and could be a good instrument for implementation. And also key point for the funding, because when applying cities, when some evaluator is looking, if he or she sees there is a SECAP, there is a no question mark what kind of a document is this, then it is really a proof that the city knows regional cooperation, but I already explained, so there are a lot of different networks, and we would like, through our project implementation period, to support our cities in this, in connecting with other cities. Multi-level governance, we know, and especially from the perspective of the energy community, that at the moment all the countries in the Western Balkans are working on finalization of their national energy and climate plans, and mirroring to this are these SECAPs. And we know that the connection must be much stronger than it is now, and also we are trying to support cities to be more present at the national level, to somehow advocate for the needs of the level of the local level. And mentioned already a lot of different stakeholders. We know national level responsible for many national plans, local level for many different plans. In between we have NGOs, we have financial institutions. In some countries like Bosnia we have entity level, we have cantonal level, so not easy to manage this communication. But we already started with the workshops. Firstly, we had workshops with the cities. Then in June, July, we had in all countries workshops when we opened the discussion about the needs in each country, how we can support through the project to establish functioning multi-level governance mechanism. So, and knowing that we are rather tired, I will just say that there are a lot of recommendations. We will share with all of you presentation, so you will have a chance to check if the topic is interesting for you. But I will just say that we are advising our partners not to invent new structures, rather to use already existing structures like existence of associations of municipalities, existence of NALAS or such institutions that already are active, just to help them to connect better. So, and I will stop here not to go beyond the time. Thank you very much for your attention and for questions. I'm here, so thank you.
Thank you very much for guiding us through the process of implementation of such an extensive project and the need to consider all the aspects when planning it and when delivering it. My last but not the least speaker on my list is Thomas Prorok, Managing Director from the Center for Public Administration Research from Austria, that will share with us some best practices from Vienna, the most beautiful and livable city in Europe and in the world, according to last researches, yes, for the second year in a row. So we are looking forward to hearing from the experiences that you can share with us on making our cities more green and livable, like in Vienna, hopefully.
I guess now it works. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm from Vienna and the Center of Public Administration Research. We are a partner of NALAS since many, many years and work on European integration of local governments. And this is our broad topic and interest. And I mean, the way to the European Union is also a green one. And this is why, let's say, our cooperation is also so important. Let me give you some examples what we are doing with NALAS, and I try, as you said it, to connect it also a little bit to the city of Vienna, where I'm coming from. The green agenda is local. This is, I think, something which is clear now, and everyone everyone has said it. It was interesting also in the morning that the minister found out recently, he said, that 70% of the acquis has to be implemented on local level, and also the green agenda, the environment, is a local issue. But this also means for the cities and the municipalities that this green change has to be financed. And much more, it has also been already been mentioned, it needs coordination, it needs competence between central government and local government. So this is so important, and this is still a long way to go. And it is not just coordination, it is more that the local governments need to have a say when it comes to the to the discussions with the central level, not just about money, but about the competences, who will make which investments, when we can reach which goal to the zero net emission city. And there is still a long way to go. Do we have coordination committees in the countries between central level and local level for the green change? Do we have an overview of which investments are needed? We say we need money, but is it already clear which priorities are there? So there is much to do, and I want to share some ideas with you, which we are, let's say, also working out with NALAS. I would like to use the motto of these days: innovate, echo-wait, and elevate. Innovate. We heard great innovations in the morning. That was really inspiring. When it comes to a city, and I'm coming from the city of Vienna, I really focus on smart climate strategies. Vienna has a smart climate strategy. Many cities have this. But I always consider, what does it mean in Sarajevo, for example? The vice mayor was here. How to bring the canton together, how to bring the municipalities together, how to bring the city of Sarajevo together in a common strategy for the region or for the city for the climate change. I think when I have a look at the capitals in the region, the innovation in strategies, in climate strategies, would be really also the coordination, the cooperation with the regions, with the municipalities, maybe also with the central level. And Vienna has done this already many years ago. And it was a kind of revolution also for the city of Vienna. It was not easy. Also to include the own companies, the transport companies, public transport companies, in this strategy, together to go into the direction of the objective is having a climate neutral city in 2040, and you can imagine what change is needed to reach that in the public housing, in the public transport, and in waste management. Many things have been mentioned already. Why do I mention Vienna? Because I think innovation in the city strategies, in the smart climate strategies, lies in the cooperation and coordination, and here is much to do. Multi-level governance has already been mentioned, which is important. Second motto today is the echo-wait. It's a broader term. I think everyone can understand what he or she wants from echo-wait, but I see it as the governing of the ecological footprint. We work with NALAS very much on the local government finances. We work also with NALAS very much on the finance management of local governments. And we have in Austria, in the city of Graz, in my view, a very inspiring project which goes into the direction of calculating, measuring the emissions, the CO2 emissions of activities of the city and including it in the budget. So we will know in future what the kindergartens, what the schools, what the streets, what the public transport and also communal investments will cost on CO2. You know, we are talking always about European integration, but I'm sure European Union, the Western Balkan countries will in the European Union, I hope in near time, but then it's clear that the direction goes into zero, into zero emissions, the zero emission city. And if not, punishments, let's say it like that. It was also mentioned in the morning, Mayor of Skopje, introducing punishments will be financial punishments will be there, which the state and via that also the municipalities have to pay. So going into the direction of climate budgetings, yeah, including CO2 emissions into the budget, having an overview what CO2 the city produces. I don't go into figures on that, but I think it's a very important one. Eco-weight, governing the ecological footprint. Elevate, our third topic of today, vision. Here I see the finances as a main, let's say, challenge. Financing the climate change and the climate adaptation. We are talking about climate adaptation, not just climate change, on the city level. And here, also in a country like Austria, the European Union budgets and European Union fundings make a big difference, and we have cities using that. We have one capital city in a region which is, I counted, it had 29 EU funded projects on noise protection, reduction, zero emission mobility, renewable energy, and so on. And we know, and this is also what we luckily do together with NALAS and the EU for Cities, EU for Municipalities program has already mentioned in the morning, how important it is to be able to have project management, EU project management in the cities, in order to be able to get the money, to get the funding. So, not to be too long, the green change is local. The green change needs finances. The green change needs multi-level governance. I don't go into details, it had been explained. One additional point is, this will also come in near future, let's say from the European Union to the accession countries with the OECD Sigma, how to say, monitoring reports, which will focus in near future also on multi-level governance. So there will be a check if local governments and central governments work together. There will be a check if there is a committee, an institutional setting for that. This is needed, and honestly, I'm really happy that there will be this check. Last but not least, for our finances, Elton, we are proud to have the small local government finance overview. You can get it at the registration desk, the statistical brief, which shows where the money on local level comes from in the region, in all countries, and where the money goes to on the local level. And have a look at it. Just two figures. We see there that in the Western Balkans, the local public investments are significantly lower compared to the EU countries, yeah? In a share of total public investments, whatever. Yeah? So when you go into the figures, and this is what we are also doing, making transparency, you see also what has to be done. And I'm not talking about that there is not so much money available. I'm talking about what the importance of the local governments in investments are or not are. So in EU countries, they are higher. That is the lessons learned of the statistical brief. And also we see that, let's say, just 4%, when you compare, of the local government expenditures now go to environmental protection in the region. And this is also lower than in the EU countries. So when you look at the municipal budget, we are not talking about the total figures, but when you're looking in a municipal budget, the share which is invested for environmental protection is lower than in EU countries. So the figures show there is still much to do. Of course, there is finance is needed, but also the structures need adaptations, and I'm happy to work on that. So EU for Green has to go local. The cities need to have a say. Also, the local government associations need to have a say in this story. The multi-level governance will come anyway, but it has to be really fostered. Also on the regional level, and this is why I'm really happy that RCC, and NALAS organized this together, because also on the regional level in the Western Balkans, the question is, and it has been mentioned already, which role do the municipalities play? And we think they have to play a higher role. So thanks to RCC and NALAS for the initiative. Even more coordination also on the regional level is for sure needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for highlighting actually the importance of finances. At the end of the day, this is the most important aspect of having the green, urban, smart transition of our cities. And what mayors and deputy mayors have mentioned during today's discussion is the access, the importance of access to finances when it comes to environmental projects. I want to thank all the panelists for their insightful and inspiring presentations and for providing an overview on the support that the international community and organizations are providing to the local levels in fulfilling not only the aims of the Green Agenda for Western Balkans, but also in their own local environmental plans. I would like to wrap up this session taking into account very vibrant and vivid atmosphere outside before the football match. By highlighting some important takeaways, at least for me today. The importance of the local self-governance unit in the implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans are high, and their cooperation with the local and central level is very important in fulfilling the aims and the extensive requirements of the EU acquis in making the transition of the cities to more green, environmental, sustainable, in climate resilient is a long way to go, but it's not impossible. Of course, the involvement of the community, the citizens, and civil society organizations is very important, as we heard today at this panel, to have a data, but to use this data for the benefits of communities, to have small but impactful initiatives that count, that we heard from one of our speakers today, to tackle climate, energy, transport issues, and that are very important for the citizens to be sustainable, to have the local readiness to absorb all the financing that the international community and the EU is providing to them, to take care about the health perspectives of what we are doing, which UNICEF highlighted, which is very important aspect of our work at the end, and to consider this transformative process of cities to make them green. It's not only about making green spaces available for our citizens, but to think more widely, to think more comprehensively, to introduce the changes that will be for the benefits of all, that will bring also economic benefits to our citizens and environmental sustainability, that will reduce the carbon footprint, that will make our cities energy efficient, that will make transport more sustainable, that will make the urban development of cities more sustainable at the end of the day, and to consider this process as the one that can have the social and economic benefits at the end, that it's not just ticking the boxes that we do implement the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, but that we work for the benefits of all citizens. With this, I would like to thank all of you for your patience. And dear panelists, you can return to your seats. And I invite Ms. Pranvera from the Regional Cooperation Council and Mr. Elton from NALAS to join us and to wrap up today's event with the joint conclusions. Thank you.
Shall we sit? No, we can stand, I think. Yeah. We're standing, we're not sitting, because we don't want to be very long. But as you can tell, we are very generous in Albania with the weather. So I'm sure that for the panelists, the sun was something that was not very helpful, but still the discussion was very important and vivid. I'm very pleased to be joined with Kelmen from NALAS, and I'm Pranvera Castrati from the Regional Cooperation Council. When we started the whole process of bringing together this process and having this event was not that easy, because the time around which we all together agreed to have it is very busy, hectic, with a lot of events, and of course the attention and the workload of everyone is high. But we said we have to do it, and that was for many reasons. First, we are only 3 days ahead of the Berlin Process Summit, that is this year being organized in the region for the very first time, and we think that this holds in itself a symbolic of bringing the attention of the green agenda at the local level. Second, we heard so much, and we have heard also a lot in the previous time, that the change starts with the municipalities, and the change starts at the local level. Whatever the central government does, the change starts there, because there is the change that the citizens feel the most, and is where the outcomes and the benefits are higher. And this is why we wanted to have this gathering today, which is not in itself the first and the last, because for us in RCC, launching a process does not mean for you to have a good event, but it's also to have a forward looking on how this brings sustainable and continuity in the process of implementation of the commitments. And this is why we started from Tirana with the symbolic of Tirana Summit and the Berlin Process Summit, but we intend to continue further and extend that initiative in other cities, in other municipalities, and bringing together this discussion and these insights of today's, also in other cities with other good experience and practices. And for sure, although we as RCC are more into the central government and trying to bring together the central governments into the discussion and implementation of the green agenda, but on the other hand, understanding that the whole of an economy approach needs to be implied and needs to be implemented throughout the agendas, we thought that the best way to do that is to see it from different angles and see it from the NGO perspective. We have launched the NGO forum early this year. See it from the local government perspective and having, let's say, starting with the mayors from the capitals, but then of course extending further. And this is why I would like to thank NALAS for also joining us, and Tirana municipality as well, for organizing this event today. And as we have discussed, this is not the last in the row, but it's just the last of a series of events and discussions with the local government. I'll leave the rest to you also for the conclusions and also for some additional insights and highlights that you'd like to add further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranvera. We have, this was a great experience to do something jointly with RCC. We've had a long-term cooperation, but this is a concrete activity that we joined forces, and one of the lessons learned we had is that maybe when we organize next time, when the host is a capital city of sports, that we should check the sport agenda and not be so close to the, to the stadium. So maybe I would like to just to share some of my takeaways from the meeting today. So first we heard the testimonials of mayors of capital cities, showing how they are going green. And of course we expect no less than mayors from capital cities, because they are the engines, they are leading the way. But my impression is also that their ambition and their visions are much bigger than what actually they can do. And some of them were also showing how they improvise, like because they don't have the funds to do it, then they see how to change the human behavior so that they bypass the major project that they cannot do. And then we zoomed in into more details in this last session, when we see what concrete projects are in different cities, and what are the data showing on fiscal decentralization. And just to share with you what we are talking about, Thomas mentioned it. The local governments in Southeast Europe, they use, or they have available 5.3% of GDP, compared with EU average cities that use 11.5, which is double, and we're talking about different pies of GDP. So when we translate this into numbers, local governments have 360 euros per capita in average in Southeast Europe, while their colleagues in EU cities, they have 4,700 euros. So it is a huge, dramatic difference, and that's why the ambitious, I mean, I can imagine we bring Bloomberg, and we put in any of these capital cities, cannot do much. But we were very much encouraged what the energy they bring. And I was really touched also by the young people that are coming with solutions. This is a message, one of the most remarkable messages we get, that the young people are here to help with solutions, and it shows also their expectation that we need to go faster into going green, going digital. Their expectation is that the public services get modernized fast. And if not, they also have shown that they can also vote with their feet, and they can take those ideas somewhere else. So it is a huge responsibility we have as regional networks, and I think I see this meeting as a start. So it ends now, but it's just the start of what we need to do. So we have prepared a draft conclusion, and we have already shared with our national local government associations and the mayors of capitals, who gave, by the way, positive feedback on that. But more importantly, we take also commitment in the next couple of days. We communicate with the government of Albania to include a couple of sentences or a paragraph into the final protocol of the Berlin process, because that's...
Paragraphs is a bit too ambitious, but okay.
A couple of sentences would do it. And because this is the way we already do a lot of things, but putting the effort in the frame of Berlin process will give another dimension, and it will boost this synergy that RCC and NALAS have to have in order to make our green agenda go local and get tangible for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
We will share, I guess, with all the participants that have been registered these conclusions, because it's not just for the networks, it's also for the participants, and also we see this as a living document that will, of course, be adjusted, updated, and progressed further as we go, as we implement, and as we see the change. Now, on behalf of the RCC, I would like to thank you all for being with us today. Thanks a lot for staying until the end, and also for all the positive feedback that you are giving through different ways, through your patience, through your eyes, through the way you are, in a way, agreeing and committing. And before forgetting our technicians, thanks a lot to the team who made possible that this event goes smoothly. Thanks a lot to our Balkan winners. I mean, a very fresh and insightful presentations that brought us into something which is completely different from the bureaucrats. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to see you next time.